What's up, everyone? Welcome to Normal America Show. Host robnoerr. Hope you're all having a fantastic evening. I am, as always. So, big day, big news day, big testimony. Robert Hur testifying, and then we have more evidence coming out that Liz Cheney, Adam Kissinger, and company, Benny Thompson's January 6th committee, intentionally withhold evidence from the American people so that they could spin their narrative, particularly regarding the testimony of Cassie Hutchinson. It's just more theater. It's more theater of the Democratic Party and their cohorts and the establishment Republican Party and the mainstream media crafting narratives using the media, social media, etc. to try to convince the American people of their crazy conspiracies. Let me fix the sound. Sound problems? What's going on? Yeah. Try to turn the mic a little. Thanks for the super chat, Randy West. Look at that. This guy coming in. Super chat already? Oh, it's Ogre's birthday. Oh, it's fantastic. What are you now, 14? Happy birthday. Turning 25, you old bastard. That's it. What's up, Bacon Love? How's the Tim Pool stuff coming? It's supposed to be on the show Friday, so I'll be driving out Thursday evening. So, looking forward to it. Should be good. Are all conspiracies crazy? No. Not at all. It's Ogre's birthday. How can we celebrate? No more brain development. Insurance goes down, right? Car insurance, if you haven't had a bunch of wrecks. No, it was an interesting day. So they, interestingly enough, they released the transcripts like hours before Hur was set to testify, which is clever. That's a clever way of the Department of Justice to do that, to ensure that the Republicans that were asking her questions had, a limited amount of time to actually see the transcript. Nah, that's not true. Guess who farted? Why would he resign? Democrats won't care. They are the party of Trump's evil Hitler. That's it. It doesn't matter. Whatever tape of Jamal Bowman lying about pulling the fire alarm came out. Any consequences? No, they don't give a shit. They just say, doesn't look bad to me. They don't give a shit. The facts won't matter to them. In fact, I could show you a tweet exchange I had earlier today. Luke Beasley, I don't know who he is. Some paid progressive, probably, that's on X. Put, Hur lied in his claims. He lied in his claims about Joe Biden not remembering the date of his son's death. He lied. It's outrageous. He should be held accountable. That's what this guy said. So the special prosecutor should be, I guess, charged with lying? Except he didn't. And the transcript blatantly shows it. He remembered the day and the month. He said May 30th. But he was babbling on about... See, there's questions. And we talked about this the other day when we were talking about the indictment of the confidential human source. How do you remember things? Now, one part I left out is... Oftentimes, if you're remembering an event, you might remember a specific day of the month. For example, you might remember when your anniversary is. Right? That's something you might remember. Yeah, haven't I ever done anything dumb? Well, we know Pisco has. So you might remember, my anniversary, September 6th. I might remember that. Right? But what year did I get married? That might be more difficult to remember. Usually the way... At least me, I would guess this is the way most people remember things. You have points in your life that you use as a frame of reference. So like big events that occurred, maybe the death of someone, or a wedding, or a vacation that you took, or when you got a new job, or when you bought a house, or when your child was born, or when you got a pet. Things like that you'll remember. So if someone said to you something like, hey, do you remember when you bought that new car? This is how you might go about remembering. You'd be like, well, I don't remember exactly when, but I remember it was like 2 weeks after I got my new job. And my new job, I think I got in 2011. So it must have been like around September of 2011, I think is probably when it was. That's how you would remember things. And so in the case of the confidential human source that was indicted, we were talking about when he said, I remember I had this meeting after Joe Biden gave his speech saying that he gave a quid pro quo. Well, Biden gave that speech multiple times. So he might not remember, oh yes, the year was 2017. He might say, it was after Biden gave that speech. And someone might say, oh, that 2015 speech. And he might say, sure. But he's not saying, yeah, it was definitely 2015. I'm doing good, Ninja. Worlds colliding. So Biden referencing the death of his son, it actually has nothing to do with questions that Herr was asking. The transcript shows that Herr, remember, Biden came out afterwards and was like, how dare he bring up questions about the death of my son. All of this mattered in the course of this investigation because a lot of the classified material and the alleged crimes that were being looked into was Biden reading classified material to his ghostwriter. And his ghostwriter is basically writing a biography of Joe Biden. And a lot of what's going to be included there is about his son. Which none of that's nefarious. If you were going to have a biography about your life and you're a parent, probably would include important moments in your son's life, including tragically their passing, if that's something that occurred. So in the context of asking about, like, okay, you had these classified documents, you're writing this book, right? You're talking to your ghostwriter. Biden's sort of flailing, and he's like, oh, yeah, it was like after I was VP, so it was like, what, 2017, 2018? And I remember Bo was dying or had passed, and so that's how what Herr's saying is, he's getting, even if he remembered that date, the date's burned into his mind, May 30th, he's so confused and addled, he thinks that in 2017 and 18 that his son's still alive as he's taking these actions writing this book. So it's Biden that brings up the death of his son, and his handlers are like, no, it was 2015. And he's like, oh. So what the Democrats are gaslighting you into believing is, see, Biden's sharp as a tack. He knew the date. It's erroneous to claim he didn't know the date. He knew it was May 30th, or I think that's the date, May 30th. Right, and he was off by 2 to 3 years. Wait. Shit. Is the title still upcoming appearance on Tim Post? Son of a... It was not supposed to be that. The title is supposed to be Herr's testimony shows double standard. Damn. It didn't update the title, so I'm sorry about that. Maybe I could... I don't know. Whatever. It is what it is. Sorry! The title sucks. Yeah, boomer. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Two-Face. I appreciate it. And yet, the facts don't matter. And this is something that happens every time there's one of these transcripts, there's a report filed, there's testimony. What happens is, the gamble that the establishment people are taking is, the average person's never going to read that transcript. The average person is not going to sit down and watch a 4-hour deposition of the special counsel. The average person isn't going to read Herr's report. They're not going to read Horowitz's IG report. They're not going to read Durham's report. They're not doing that. And so what they rely on is controlling the narrative. That's what they rely on. And they're able to do it. Most of the time, the Democrats, from what little I saw of the testimony today, were terrible. They were absolutely terrible. But normally they're good at controlling the narrative. The narrative they're going for is, Herr is a political hack. He's a Trump-supporting sycophant. He's a Republican. Which is hilarious, because literally Mueller was the mentor of James Comey, who despised Trump, and that's why they appointed Mueller. And he appointed 17 Democratic donors to his team, including at least 2 which worked for the Clinton Foundation. And they didn't have a problem with that. They weren't like, the Democrats weren't like, well, this whole report's biased. They didn't say that. Yeah, I screwed up the title after. I screwed that up. But if we went back the other day, or, a couple months ago, and we were looking at some of the IG's testimony in front of Congress. And the way it works is 5 minutes for one side, 5 minutes for the other. So Republicans will ask questions for 5 minutes, and they're not asking the best questions, but they're at least asking questions that are like, okay, let's get to the bottom of what happened about the Russiagate investigation. And then the Democrats. And the Democrats every single Democrat hammered the exact same points. They were literally, what happened. They were given their talking points. These are the 3 areas you need to focus on. And so they'd say, isn't it true that the predicate for the investigation was met? Horowitz would say, yeah, there was enough to start an investigation. Isn't it true that Russia interfered in our elections? Yeah, okay. They didn't touch the whole, illegal FISA warrants to spy on the president. Didn't have any questions about that. And then, because then they know, what happens is the mainstream media covers for them. I already did Ian's show. I like Ian, so. So that's what they do. They try to craft this narrative. The narratives they're going for now is her is a partisan Republican, so you shouldn't believe anything he says. And Biden doesn't have dementia. And he wasn't charged, so there's no crime. That's the narrative they're going for. And they know that all the Democrat supporters and all the Trump haters will eat that up. Well, they didn't charge him, so there must not have been a crime. By the way, they do the same thing in the opposite way. Well, Trump got charged, so he must have committed a crime. He must have. E. John Carroll, he lost that. He's a rapist. Simple. But let's look at the details of the case. No need. No. And that's what the average person gets. The average person isn't reading the transcript. The average person isn't listening to the testimony. They'll just hear the 5-minute blurb on Fox News or on CNN or that the New York Times covers or the whatever. And so they don't get how damning this report from her, this transcript, and this testimony is in showing the clear double standard. And what you see is, when there is a special counsel that is tasked with investigating a Democrat or someone that is pro-establishment, they have the most incredible reservations about bringing any charges. Oh, geez. It has to be open and shut, slam dunk. We can't just be charging political people willy-nilly. Even if we think they committed a crime, we say, can we prove it, beyond a reasonable doubt? Well, some jurors might say, no, we're going to be reserved. We're not going to press charges. And then, when it comes to investigating Trump, it's the exact opposite. Charge everyone with everything. Charge them all. Charge Trump's lawyers. Charge the, electors that we call fake electors. Charge them all. Everyone. Subpoena everything. Appearance on Tim Pool is this Friday in the morning. We talked about it last night, but I don't mind people asking because I must not have changed the name on the video. It's supposed to be about the Her report today. Of course, Frank, the details. He had classified material that came from a SCIF, the secure area, when he was senator. That means either he or someone stole those documents out of the SCIF, which they absolutely know they're not supposed to take. This was not the excuse of, but presidents and vice presidents have more leeway. He wasn't president. He wasn't vice president. How did he get those documents? Yeah, I'm on the culture war, not Timcast, yeah. How did he get those documents? Doesn't matter. The average person won't see it. Remember, when there's testimony like this, or when a report comes out like the Her report came out a month ago, the most effective that's going to be is that day and the day afterwards. 1 week from now, we'll be talking about something else. That's what we'll be doing. And then when we get around to the trial of Trump, all the lefties, all the people that control the media, the talking heads, when we bring up, well, how can you still charge Trump for this? Can't you see the clear double standard? They'll say, we dealt with that. We already disputed all of that. That's done with. They didn't. No one said anything. But that'll be their excuse. That's old news. That's whataboutism. That's what they'll say. Now, there was a lot said today, and a lot that came out in the transcript. Now, I'm going to be honest, I probably only saw about 30 minutes of the testimony, and I haven't read much of the transcript at all. Just a few key excerpts. But to me, the biggest thing that came out of it is, again, something that is more about the concealment of the crime rather than the crime itself. I have no clue, none. Well, I do. I take that back. I know exactly why. How in the world is this ghostwriter not charged with obstruction of justice? Her said in the testimony that Biden's writer, when he heard that Her was picked as a special counsel, literally attempted to destroy the evidence. The tapes he had that showed that Biden was admitting to mishandling classified information. He tried to delete it. And when asked specifically by Gates, why didn't you charge him? He says, well, because he kept the other evidence. He kept transcripts. So it's okay to delete evidence that you know prosecutors are looking for that you're not supposed to be doing, as long as you keep some of the evidence around. Now, I remember, what are the two smoking gun things that people say about the Trump classified document cases? The two biggest pieces of evidence that they have. One, as I've been saying for over a month now, I was told repeatedly on X, on panels, on streams that I was debating lefties, that the most significant piece of evidence that proved beyond a shadow of a doubt, in fact, I had people laughing about this, you couldn't write this, they said, was when Trump admitted on tape that he had classified information to a writer. Now, he didn't say that. He said, this is secret, I probably shouldn't be showing you, blah, blah, blah. He never said this is classified in those words. But fine, let's even accept that that's the interpretation they're going with. Okay, they said that's open and shut. Okay, so the Her report comes out. So for over a month now, all of the people, and boy, they said this is important. It's important enough to break the precedent of charging with a felony a former president. That's how important it is. Lives could have been at stake. Who knows where that mishandling classified information, very, very important crime to prosecute. Very important. He could have released nuclear secrets. Who knows? That was good enough for them. That's clear-cut evidence of guilt. No question about it. Biden did it 3 times. Not just once, not just twice, 3 times. And then, also on tape, and then proceeded, unlike Trump, to read the classified information. Where are they? Where are all those lefties? Where are they at? Where are all the people that, oh my God, it could jeopardize sources and methods, and it put our intel people at risk, their lives were at risk. Where are they now? Has anyone heard them say one word? The only one that was going through the Her report was allegedly Pisco, who was doing like 30 hours, 4 hours at a time going through the Her report. Still haven't heard him get to that part. Certainly hasn't tweeted anything out about it. Was very vocal when Trump did something similar to this. Very vocal, but doesn't have much to say about that part of the Her report, does he? Not much. I haven't heard anyone else even comment. There was that one guy I debated. Remember that a month ago? Like 3 weeks ago, remember I debated that guy? And within 3 minutes of the debate, I got him to admit. I said, well, what if, did you think it was enough evidence on its own that Trump committed a crime when he said on tape that he basically had classified documents to a writer? Oh, yeah, that on its own was enough. Okay, well, Biden did it 3 times. Well, that's different. Literally took 5 minutes to end that debate. Then what's the other piece of evidence they have? Oh, Trump and his people tried to hide the evidence. They tried to hide it. You mean like Biden's ghostwriter? Now they charged Trump's assistant Nada. He's charged with a crime for allegedly trying to hide evidence. That's what the ghostwriter of Biden did. You might say, well, there's not proof that Biden ordered it. True. No one's seen that proof. I haven't seen that proof. Why don't we charge this guy with a crime and then see what he has to say? Maybe he would change his tune if he's looking at 15 years in prison. Ever notice that? Notice how the Democrats feign ignorance when none of the people get charged on their side? Notice that? Like, for example, when Paul Combetta, Hillary Clinton's, tech guy that used BleachBit to delete emails so they couldn't be recovered that were subpoenaed. Remember that? And they were like, oh, well, you don't charge random low-level people like that, But they're lying. You know that they know that that's not how a normal investigation occurs. How do you know it? Because every time someone close to Trump gets indicted, they're like, oh boy, he's gonna flip. Here we go. This is how we'll get Trump. Oh boy. It's almost like they know. The chances of getting the big dog is much higher if you prosecute the lower level people that you can convict of crimes that you know they committed. Because then you see if they're willing to flip. See how that works? So, we're going to get Trump because we charged this Nada guy. Oh, and he's going to flip on Trump. We're going to get Trump because we charged this confidential human source, Smirnov. He's going to flip and we're going to get Trump. Oh, okay. What about the dude that tried to destroy classified evidence, or tried to destroy evidence that the special counsel was looking at? Biden's ghostwriter. We'll charge him too, right? Nah. I mean, the evidence was returned eventually. Right, just like the evidence they were looking for at Mar-a-Lago was eventually returned. Same thing, right? It doesn't matter, they said. It doesn't matter if that evidence was returned. All that matters was the attempt to conceal. Right, like Biden's ghostwriter. Attempted to conceal the evidence. No charge. Well, he saved some of the evidence. Oh, my mistake. Well then, lesson learned. If you're ever subpoenaed, you can destroy some of the evidence as long as you keep some of it, right? To me, that's the clearest evidence of a double standard. Now, my take is, and I know a lot of people aren't going to like this, but I'm consistent. I do not think Hillary Clinton should have been charged for mishandling classified info. I don't think Trump should have been charged. I don't think Biden should have been charged. That's my take. I think that this is one of these crimes that is committed by almost everyone in Washington, that they improperly handle classified material. And I am not for, even the people I dislike, like Biden and Hillary, the selective prosecuting of them for political purposes. If you're going to enforce the law, you enforce the law equally. If you're not going to enforce the law, then you don't enforce it in an equal way, though. What you don't do is enforce it against Trump because you don't like him and then let everyone else get away with it. Having said that, I've long maintained that the destruction of subpoenaed evidence is actually a crime. That is worth charging. So in the Hillary Clinton case, there is no excuse for not charging people on her team that destroyed subpoenaed evidence with obstruction of justice. Now, does that mean that we had evidence that Hillary ordered it? No! The FBI purposely chose not to investigate that. What did they do instead? Gave the dude that they knew destroyed the evidence immunity, and then said, did anyone tell you to do it? And he said, no. And they said, well, you were meeting with Hillary's lawyer the day before you did it. What did you talk about? I don't remember. And the FBI said, okay, good enough for us. That's good. Thank you. That's what they said. Now, they are charging Trump with obstruction. But now they're not going to charge Biden's team with obstruction. Sure, Parakeet. If you want to call in, that's fine. I don't know how long I'll keep you on. I've kind of had a lot to get through tonight, but yeah, no problem. Barring my computer crapping the bed, I guess. We'll see. All right, Parakeet, what's happening? Can you hear me?
I can. Give me 1 second. You're really loud.
I'm gonna grab a water. So just 1 second.
All right.
All right, I'm back.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Sorry, what was that?
I said, how you doing?
Oh, I'm well. Just about to head into work, but I just thought I would call in. It's not going to be long because I don't want to waffle on.
It's
so
all
I
right.
want to make my points and then get out of your hair.
Okay.
So, I wanted to start off by letting you know I really enjoy the debates you've been doing, and
Thanks.
they've caught my attention. I'm sorry, 1 sec.
Dead air is the best air, right? We'll let him at that.
I'm so sorry about that.
No problem. That's a high point to end on. I really enjoy it. Thank you.
Oh, that was it. By the way, that wraps it up. That was my point. No, well, I wanted to let you know. You've mentioned it yourself how when you have a different perspective on a debate, you can notice things about the debate that you missed in the heat of the moment, perhaps.
Sure.
And the same is true, obviously, from another person's perspective. I've been observing your debates with Pisco, and I suppose I should start with telling you my perspective. I'm not here to tell you I have like the super key, the secret to defeat Pisco. He's a slippery little weasel, so that's gonna be sweaty work. But I hope to sort of, I feel like I'm a blind man pointing another blind man in the direction of a door that you already have your foot part way through, from my perspective.
Okay.
So my perspective is I'm a Christian, and I became interested in philosophy a few years ago, and theology, and just critical thinking in general. I've always been interested in. And one of the reasons I've enjoyed your debates with Pisco is I've noticed that they've taken on the form of a paradigmatic debate, or not a debate over the facts. It's about an interpretation of the facts, or how the facts are to be evaluated. And Pisco has his frame of reference, and you have yours. And so then the question is how do we rationally have a dispute when the facts aren't even in question? To my knowledge, you and Pisco don't actually dispute over any specific facts that I've heard you sort of hammered them out, correct?
Basically, that's true. I would say that's 90% true. Yeah.
But there's not any facts that are like the golden nugget that are just going to do the trick.
Sure.
Right? So I've heard you say, you quoted some other streamer. I think he does Warhammer 40K videos, and he said something like, the only thing you can do is laugh or mock these people. You know who that was?
Maybe Counterpoints. He does Warhammer stuff.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
That's him. And you've said it in such a way that I take it that you sort of agree with him that that's the only path forward. Is that correct or not?
Yes and no. Like, there will be no convincing him. The utility of doing the debates with people that in my language, I would say bad faith. Bad faith to me means something different than most people. I don't necessarily mean that they're intentionally lying, but they are so partisan that they're incapable of having even close to an objective look at the facts. And there is nothing that I'll ever be able to say to change their mind, as is evidenced by the Jabal Bowman situation. But so laughing at them and making fun of them is one successful part. But the other thing is, it's worth as an exercise for myself to go through it, because it helps me become more knowledgeable of the facts, and hopefully then an audience that's not predisposed to be incredibly partisan on one side or the other will pick up on the going through the facts with them. So while it is true, I have said that, we should just mock them and laugh them. I think it's evident by my continuing debating of these people. Even though I say that, I clearly believe that there's still utility in doing those debates.
Okay, well, that's fair, but I think that there's also more headway to be made in terms of rational analysis, where we don't have to back up to. I mean, I'm not saying it's wrong to mock them. I mean, it's obvious they deserve it, but I have 3 points that I want to get to.
Okay.
That illustrate an idea of what I think that you're missing in the debate,
okay, and
what you could push farther forward towards.
Okay.
The first point is when you use the term double standard.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a situation where you're not applying a single standard across the board, then you're being arbitrary. Mm-hmm. So I suggest that you jettison the word. And by the way, each of these points are going to tie into each other. Okay, just so you know. Okay. So they're not. None of them stand in isolation. Well, I guess I should just cover the 3 points initially. The first is the use of the term double standard. The second point is your technique of, which I think you're not realizing how powerful it actually is, which is to demand a standard from them and hold them to that standard. And then the third point would be his Pisco's retreat into prosecutorial discretion. Mm-hmm. So the first point is, I suggest you start using the term arbitrary. People, instead of double standard is sort of a euphemism for arbitrariness. People are not allowed to be arbitrary. You well know the FBI, people lose intellectual legitimacy when they're arbitrary, and they lose, the FBI is going to lose its authority if it's arbitrary. And I don't need to go into details over that. You understand that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So arbitrariness is if you're citing, well, I mean, I don't need to tell you what arbitrary means either. You've debated a lot. Mm-hmm. One thing I want to mention is I could tell you're somewhat, this is going to sound somewhat philosophical, and it is, but I think you're already putting your foot into the philosophical realm, and that comes to my second point when you ask him for a standard. Now, when you demand a standard from him, I don't think you realize how dangerous it is for him, and how it feels like you ask him for a standard, he provides a standard, and there will always be exceptions to unspoken exceptions to a standard. Mm-hmm. And then later you will apply that standard to another circumstance and say, well, this should apply here, and he'll say, oh, there's some difference. Mm-hmm. And you seem to sort of throw up your hands then and say, oh, well, man, he got away, that little bugger, he got away. But to use an analogy or something that another philosopher said, he said, an argument or line of reasoning is kind of like a gun. If a bear is coming at you and you shoot it and it doesn't go down immediately, that doesn't mean the gun isn't good and you don't have good bullets. It's just sometimes you have to shoot more than one. You have to shoot the bear more than once, right? Mm-hmm. So when it comes to your demanding standards from him, I suggest that you start writing down his standards, because it becomes so complicated and sort of convoluted that it's very hard to keep track of. But one technique you can employ for the audience is to just write down all these standards and all these exceptions and then read them at the end, and it will just start to sound like Swiss cheese. Mm-hmm. Right? Now obviously Pisco will never admit he's being arbitrary, right? He'll never come out and say, oh yeah, I'm being arbitrary, the FBI is being arbitrary. So you're going to have to just show it by showing all these exceptions he's built up.
No, I don't disagree that writing it down word for word could be fine, but it is a tactic that I use a lot, not necessarily writing it down, but repeating back what they said. Not just with Pisco, I try to do that in all of my debates. The strategy I try to use is you have to get some sort of standard admitted by them from the outset. So I'll give you some examples. I was having, before I even streamed 2017, I was having a big debate on a website through typing, and it was like a blog website, and we were talking about the potential of unverified opposition research being used to spy on a president. And I was like, that's what it looks like the FBI did. And no, said all of these Democrats that I was debating. They would never do that. That's absurd. That's a conspiracy theory. And then when we found out that's exactly what happened, they were like, well, of course they did that. It was necessary because the accusation was so serious against Trump. And I said, give me the standard. What is your standard for when we just have to throw the rule book out the window because the accusation is so severe? What was the standard here? And this was the standard that the person outlined. When there are so many shady connections with a hostile foreign power like Russia from a campaign. I said, okay, that's the standard? Yes. And I said, okay, let's look at the hostile connections to the very same country, Russia, from the Hillary Clinton campaign. And I started to go through the list. It didn't matter to them, though. They just said, well, that's different. I do the same thing when I'm like, even, for example, there is a stream when they raided Mar-a-Lago where I talked to Pisco before we had the warrant. I said, okay, let's go through right now before we read the warrant, before we know anything. You give me your standard for why you think it's acceptable in this case, or why you think it's acceptable in general to raid a former president's home. And so it doesn't matter because, it matters to the audience, and writing it down is a more significant way. Because oftentimes when I do this, what happens is people say, I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. So if I had it written down, it'd probably be a better suggestion because I could say, yes, you did. This is the exact verbatim thing that you said. I wrote it down word for word. Problem is I write slow and have sloppy handwriting, but I guess I could do that. They'll still, though, when confronted, even there's been times where I've literally gone back to the tape. And even when confronted with it, they'll still just say, well, this time it's different.
Well, so let's discuss first let's discuss the slowness. I think the crux of your debate is to show he's being arbitrary. So I don't think it's a problem to idle on that for an extended period of time. There have actually been times in your debates where you had them lay out a standard, and I felt like you went by, you talk very, very quickly, but right. Of course you know that. And I felt like you went by it way too quick, especially when that is the core, that's the beating heart, that they're being arbitrary, that they're, as you put it, that they're having a double standard. So I don't think being slow and carefully laying out what their standard is a problem. It reinforces in the minds of the audience, this is the standard, they're going to have to give an exception. So let's talk about the exceptions they give. When they cite a difference that accepts one instance from a standard, that difference must be an instantiation or an example of another standard, of a higher standard. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do. But that's
so
go ahead.
Let me give you an example. So let's say this is a properly applied standard, an exception to a standard. Let's say a father tells his son, who's a teenager and he's using the family car, son, you have to be home at 10 p.m. Okay, every night. So here we have the standard. Son has to be home at 10. One night the son arrives home after 10. The father disciplines him. Another night the son arrives after 10. The father does not discipline him. Is the father being arbitrary? Well, we have to look at what the differences are. The second night when the son was not disciplined, the reason he was late arriving home is because there was a car accident on his way home and he stopped to assist the people. And so that's why he's late. But why would that incident be an exception? Why would that permit him to escape the standard? Well, that's because that incident is an example of a higher standard that his father has informed him of, and that is that he must help people who are in need. Now, the father didn't tell the son when he told him he has to be home at 10 that, oh, there's exceptions for higher standards. It's understood in our thinking. That's why I said there's always exceptions to standards. Well, except your ultimate standard, whatever is ultimate in your worldview, there'll be no exceptions to. But there'll be always exceptions to unspoken. There's an unspoken hierarchy of standards. So if someone says there's this difference, it must be an instantiation of a higher standard. But now, what if that higher standard, then you can, this is something you're very good at, is immediately recognizing when a standard applies to a different situation. So then what you can do is you say, okay, well, you have this higher standard that exempts these other people from prosecution, according to that higher standard. And if they say, no, it doesn't, they can't rationally appeal to the lower standard again and say, well, there's lower, they violated the lower standards. They aren't exempted. Well, that doesn't make any sense because they formulated a hierarchy of standards. If they want to say the hierarchy is flipped and the lower standard takes precedent over the higher one, they're going to have to give you another standard as to when the hierarchies are to be flipped. You understand? That's why I'm saying it gets so complicated.
Well, right, but the problem is, right, they'll claim that they have this higher standard, right? Because their higher standard at the end, the ultimate standard that they believe is Trump is evil, right? So the standard that they'll always be able to employ. So you'll look at all of this stuff. For example, so many of these crimes with Trump require intent. And so it allows them to be like, but the difference is Trump's a bad guy. And we know what Trump's thinking. We know. And so even the clearest cut example, if we're going to use Pisco, is Pisco absolutely agrees with the Colorado court that kept Trump off the ballot that said when Trump said go be peaceful, we know that he meant go be violent. And then simultaneously, when we look at a Democrat that's accused of a crime like Jabal Bowman, when Jabal Bowman clearly lied, in Pisco's own words, because I got him to admit this, that it was clearly a lie that he pulled the fire alarm without intending it. And then once we got the transcript showing that's exactly what he told law enforcement. So here's the groundwork I laid, which I knew what I was doing when I did this. I got him to admit the standard that lying to law enforcement is a serious crime. He's done that over and over. He has to do that. Because that's one of the excuses of going after all the people around Trump. Then none of them colluded with Russia. They got them on misstatement. That's how they went after Flynn. That's how they went after Roger Stone, Papadopoulos, etc. Right? So they have to say, yep, that's a huge deal. Big deal. Okay, that's one. Second, I got him to admit it's absurd that people were saying that Bowman didn't intend for the alarm to go off. And so then once he's admitted both of those things, he can no longer get out of it. Once I show the transcript saying, okay, that's exactly what he told law enforcement. He told them, I didn't intend for the alarm to go off. Now, you've already admitted that's bullshit. So that's a lie. And you've already said that lying to law enforcement is a huge deal and it should be charged. So just let me finish it real quick. So based on that, like what we're talking about, standards, what conclusion does he come to? Well, I personally believe that he meant he didn't intend for the alarm to go off. So the problem is, like, I think that in that case, anyone who's remotely objective can see just how objectively full of shit Pisco is in that circumstance. What I'm trying to do is to show when it comes to more complicated issues, like you said, sort of agreeing on the bulk of the facts, but then interpreting them in different ways or approaching them from different perspectives, why you should prefer my perspective as more objective than his, because it is clear, even when it's evident, even when we have video evidence, even when we have transcripts, which he's admitted is totally impossible, that he said, he'll just literally just say, I choose to believe that's not the case. I choose to believe that what he really meant was, I did intend for the alarm to go off. Now, I'm not saying what you're saying is necessarily wrong for the ultimate audience, which is the people that are listening that are capable of trying to be more objective. We all have biases, but most of us try to limit those biases to get to some sort of objective truth. But it won't matter for Pisco or Destiny or Dylan Burns or Erudite or Brianna Wu. None of those people. It's not going to matter for Rachel Maddow. It's not going to matter for Philip Mudd. It's not going to matter for Jen Psaki. These people don't give a shit. They know they're full of shit, or they're so partisan that they no longer exist in objective reality. They'll just twist the facts to whatever they want.
Well, it won't matter in the sense that it won't persuade them, but I think that what you're talking about now is that Pisco will retreat out of giving, because initially he's trying to give a legal justification internal to the legal system as to why they shouldn't be charged. Mm-hmm. Notice that's what he's doing first. And that's why I say you set up all these standards. And that's why I said as my third point when he says prosecutorial discretion. That's appealing now. He's appealing outside the legal system to a moral standard. Okay, so what my point is...
Well, that's still a legal standard because legally they do have that discretion. Right? That's the argument.
Sure, but...
You're right, it's from a moral framework. Like the cop could choose, just like you said, right? You gave the outline with the parent. Now let's take it to the legal system. The cop sees someone speeding, right? He pulls him over. The law says if you go over 60 mile an hour, you've committed a crime. But it's because the person in the car is having a heart attack or they're in labor. The cop's not going to charge them. They're going to say, oh shit, let's give you an escort to get right. So that's the idea of prosecutorial discretion. Sometimes it's not worth going after every crime, but that's still in a legal framework. Now they're addressing it sort of. It could be morally, but there's another reason that you could say prosecutorial discretion, which isn't moral. It's not, well, this person is a righteous person who unfortunately had to break the law, had to speed because for the greater good. They would also say that there are there are practical applications of this. That's the argument, for example, that Pisco and a bunch of people will make why Paul Gambetta wasn't charged with the leading subpoenaed evidence. Because what they'll say there is, well, it would have taken a long, drawn-out trial and having to impanel a grand jury, and it would have cost a bunch of money and a bunch of resources. So instead, they just gave him immunity to see what he knew. That was their discretion. They could have charged him. They absolutely could have. And if it was Trump people, we know they would have charged them. But with the Hillary people, they are within the legal framework to say, for either moral or practical applications, we have chosen not to prosecute anyone. The problem is, when that's the standard every single time, when it's people connected to Hillary or Biden or the Democrats or establishment people, they always err on the side of, well, we're not going to bring charges. But when it's people connected to Trump, they stretch the bounds of the law, sometimes literally changing the law, like the E. John Carroll suit or the statute of limitations on the Bragg case, right? They expanded the statute of limitations.
But you see, in each case that's done, he is going to have to give a difference to show that they're not being arbitrary.
But they can't.
Because applying...
But it's easy to do that, right? Because all you have to... For his audience, there are no two apples that are exactly the same. So, right? So you're right, you could say, but the difference you're talking about, does that meet the fundamental threshold of the spirit of this law? So, for example, let's take a simple example, FARA violations, right? The spirit of the law of a FARA violation is as follows. We don't want people in this country operating at the behalf of hostile foreign countries while they're lobbying to our politicians. We don't want that. And so we have created a law that says if you're doing that, if you're operating at the behest of a foreign government, you have to declare it. You have to fill out certain paperwork, and so everyone acknowledges. That way, when you're sitting down with Senator such and such, they know you're an agent, basically, or a lobbyist for China. And so then you could still talk, but you have to admit that you're a lobbyist for China. That's the idea, right? So we can see that they charge Paul Manafort. No one ever gets charged with FARA violations, or very rarely. But they charge Trump's campaign manager. Okay, 2 points, fine, no problem. The Mueller report says he worked with two groups, Mercury LLC, a Republican lobbying firm, and the Podesta group, Hillary Clinton's campaign manager's group that he founded. They committed the same crime with the same people. Now, that doesn't mean John Podesta himself or his brother Tony Podesta, but people at the group that they founded did this. They committed this crime. Yet, they were allowed to retroactively file paperwork. And so when you ask, what's the difference? They'll come up with, like you said, an arbitrary standard of the difference. Now, that's as apples to apples as you'll ever get. Literally the same crime with the same people. And yet
what's the difference they use?
Well, this is the following differences they use. One, well, when approached years later, maybe they cooperated. Second, Paul Manafort was doing other things that could have been criminal as well, so they wanted to throw the book at him for everything. And third, it's difficult when you have a company doing something. So, for example, if Goldman Sachs does something, it's hard to point to the individual at Goldman Sachs that did something. And so that's the difference. And the big two are those, that it wasn't a individual named, it was just the company of the Podesta group. And when approached, eventually, they cooperated. And so basically, the argument is, Paul Manafort was the big dog they were going after, but unfortunately they couldn't get him with the crimes that they were accusing of, colluding with Russia, so they got him for this other shit, and they needed cooperation to help bring him down. And so the Podesta group cooperated. It didn't matter that they committed the same crime. It didn't matter that this wasn't the crime that was alleged. It didn't matter that Trump wasn't even a politician in 2013. In fact, humorously, the funniest part of this story is, who do you think they were lobbying to? Now, it never came out, but my guess would be, you know who the Podesta group had connections to? Hillary Clinton. That's who. And so there's a solid chance that this lobbying was from allegedly pro-Russian Ukrainian oligarchs to Hillary Clinton, Secretary of State. And yet it was Trump's people that were charged, not Hillary's people. And so, again, like, I don't know. Like, I think you're absolutely right. Now, hopefully people watch. And could I do a better job of outlining this exactly? Sure, I could. You're absolutely right. But the truth is, so many people are so tribal and people are so bad faith that it doesn't matter. They're able just like that. And all they need is any sort of distinction. And the problem is, the way that they'll get away with this the arbitrary nature of this, because you will look at this right now and go, well, that's absurd. That's exactly what you're talking about. There has to be a material I don't know the best way to phrase this. I don't have the biggest vocabulary. But I think what you're trying to say is this. If there is an exemption to your standard, that exemption has to fall within the higher principles that the original standard was reaching for. So, for example, if the standard... You don't think so?
Not necessarily. No, because if we take the example of the father telling his son he has to be home at 10, the standard of you must help people has nothing to do with him having to be home at 10.
But
it's just a hierarchical higher standard in life.
But you could argue that there is a more universal standard that both apply to, which is be a decent and honorable person, right? So be safe, decent, and honorable. So, like, I want you home at 10, that has to do with safety and has to do with keeping your word and being honorable and helping the person broke down on the side of the road.
They would all be derived from your ultimate standard.
Correct.
By the way, yeah, so go ahead.
Yeah, so when we're talking legal system, it gets a little different, right? There are a reason...
That's what
Go ahead.
I wanted to point out that this idea is... Pisco has when he's trying to defend it purely legally, he actually has a very small sandbox to dodge you in. When you swipe at him, like you're attacking him when you say, what's the difference, right? You're basically saying you're being arbitrary. You're taking a swing at him with a sword, and then he cites a difference, and you sort of like are deflated and like, oh, well, you need to ask him, what's that difference in instantiation? What's the standard that's an instantiation of? And the only standards he can appeal to are legal standards. He can't say, oh, well, Trump has orange. You'd say, but what does that have to do with the FBI? Is the FBI, that is a standard. If he says we should prosecute people who are orange, that is a standard. But that's not a standard that the FBI is permitted to use, right?
Well, but
the sandbox of standards he can appeal to is very small. And that's why he has to run outside that sandbox, which shows his entire argument in the legal system. When he appeals to prosecutorial discretion, what he's basically saying is, well, Biden is a good guy. Like technically Biden broke the law, but like that guy rushing his wife to the hospital, Biden's just a good guy. We don't want to prosecute people like that. That is
true. That's what the ultimate reasoning is for the. It's not even that.
So you wasted your time.
It's actually the opposite. It's not that Biden's a good guy. It's Trump's an evil guy. That's all of this. That's what it all stems from. That's why when really pressed. And I don't want to just signal out peace.
Fine.
I know but when really pressed, what they'll say, and this has happened literally dozens of times, I'll start debating someone that calls me a conspiracy theorist, and we'll start talking about Hillary Clinton's emails and the deletion of subpoenaed evidence. 95% of the time, the people I'm debating either don't know of this, or they just don't give a shit and never thought it through. And then you know what probably 50% of them say by the end of the debate? For example, Brianna Wu, when I was on a panel with her, this is what she said. Oh, okay, well then they should have prosecuted Hillary. Because to them, they literally don't give a shit. Think of it. If you're a fan of like any sort of normative establishment politics, there are literally a bench of thousands upon thousands upon thousands of politicians and bureaucrats. So what? You take one head away, you bring back 10 more. They don't give a shit. Okay, Hillary's nothing now. Who gives a shit? The election's over. Yeah, sure, whatever, prosecutor. The problem is, then why aren't you upset that the FBI didn't? That's the issue. And I think you're selling a little short of, even though we know that's why they're doing this, because Orange Man bad, what they do have is a sort of legal justification for the arbitrariness. And I think you're overlooking it. And that legal justification stems from the following. The problem is the investigators. The problem is the FBI, the DOJ. And because of that, they will have more thorough investigations of the people they dislike. Therefore, and they will leak more of the details of that to the press, which then gets out in the public. Then when it comes to the people they support, they will not do those investigations. And so what happens is, Pisco would listen to what you're saying and say, actually, it's the exact opposite of that. Because we have specific details. We have transcripts of what Trump said. We have videotapes of what Trump said. We have his Secret Service agents and people that used to work for them and blah, 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 blah. All of these specifics. And yet with Hillary or with Biden, we just have vague outlines. Well, they mishandled classified. What does that really mean? Oh, he was just confused, With Trump, we have these specific, right? And it really, when you think about this, is the crux of the problem. That's why my stand, I don't give a shit about Trump. I don't give a shit about Biden. I care more about the bureaucrats, the intel agencies, the law enforcement agencies that are engaged in this, you want to call it arbitrary, that's fine, double standard arbitrary behavior to go after people that they dislike and protect the ones they do. Because you will always be able to make a persuasive argument to a random person. If you start off on the foot that the FBI is a legitimate organization and they're not operating with any political bias whatsoever, then it is a persuasive argument to say, but look, Trump didn't cooperate with them. Biden, as soon as he was asked, seemed to cooperate, seemed to give stuff. So that's the difference. That's why Trump should be charged legally, and that's why Biden shouldn't. What that leaves out is, the day Trump left office, NARA was crawling up his ass. We want this, we want this, we want this. Biden for 30 years was mishandling classified, and they didn't give a shit. They only did it as a check your ass, because for the first time in history, they were charging a former president with mishandling of classified information. So they knew the American people, if it came out, holy shit, the Penn Biden Center, his home in Delaware, his home in Vermont, he had classified documents laying by his car in the fucking garage, that would look really bad. So they said, oh, okay, here's all of our shit. The example I gave was this. If me and you are from the same town and every day we go out and we steal a case of beer from the local convenience store, or every weekend we do that, right? And then eventually I become mayor, and then you run against me and I say, arrest that man, he steals beer from the convenience store. And I stole beer too, but I'm giving it back. But arrest him. That's what happened. And so Pisco would say to you, and the left in general would say to you, no, the difference is it's not arbitrary. We have more specific details about Trump. But the reason they have those more specific details is because the actual investigators are actually digging as much as they can to find any detail.
They are being arbitrary.
Well, they're being
the investigators are being arbitrary.
That's right. But the ends justifies the means. And this is something I said at the beginning of Russiagate. They knew that they were breaking the rules. They knew they were breaking the law. But what they counted on is, somewhere down the line, we'll be able to find someone that arguably committed some crime. And then we'll say, see, it was all worth it. And that's exactly what they do. You can't show me a national level politician or billionaire or anything like that if you turned over every stone in their life, you couldn't find evidence of some little crime like mishandling classified documents or improper campaign contributions or, improper real estate shit like they're going after all this shit, right? Like, the problem is they are selectively and arbitrarily deciding who they're going to go after, as Chuck Schumer told us. They don't like Trump. You can't criticize them or they'll come after you. But it's not it's difficult to persuade. I don't want to say not persuasive. Difficult to persuade certainly the people that their entire worldview is I hate Trump. They don't give a shit. And it's hard to persuade even more normie people that but the reason that they have these details is because they are looking as hard as possible for them. And they are intentionally not looking at the other side. And they'll just say, you're a conspiracy theorist for believing that. And then what they'll do is appeal to authority. They'll appeal to authority, and this is the type of arguments they make. Well, the FBI is made up of a bunch of Republicans, and Christopher Wray was appointed by Trump, and Bill Barr was there, and he was appointed by Trump. So if it's true that this was this rogue organization that was only going after one side, why didn't the people that Trump appointed do anything about it? And that's what they'll default to. It's literally the same strategy. In fact, when I debated Destiny, he used a strategy like this, right? His strategy was, and he clipped this, I understand his editor does these things. His editor clipped Destiny asking me, do you have evidence that Hillary Clinton ordered the deletion of subpoenaed material? And I said no. And then he starts screaming, there, that's it, see? Right, because the FBI chose not to look for the evidence.
Your attack is directed at the FBI, not against Hillary Clinton.
But their argument is the appeal to the authority that the FBI is legitimate, and the way that they'll discuss whether or not that's true or not is they'll say, one, look at all the details they have on Trump, and second, there are people that are from Trump's party and appointed by Trump that would have had access to materials that could prove that the FBI was selective, and they didn't do anything. So that proves that they're not. That's it. And that's the argument that's difficult to overcome for regular people. Now, those of us that follow the details, and this is the argument I've made, like, you have to understand what Horowitz is doing, the Inspector General, what Horowitz did in his IG reports, and he had 3 of them. He had one specifically on Comey's mishandling of classified information, which he recommended criminal prosecution, and Bill Barr declined. The grand jury actually recommended prosecution. I don't know how many people know that. So Bill Barr, Trump's boy, he actually refused to prosecute James Comey, even though they had him dead to rights, right? And then the other 2 investigations were the Hillary investigation emails. That was called the mid-year exam, and then Crossfire Hurricane, which was Russiagate. That was the 3 investigations that Horowitz was looking into, the Inspector General. But what the Inspector General is just doing, he looks at each instance of a behavior in every one of these investigations and says, technically, do these behaviors fall inside the bounds of what the FBI is allowed to do? And most of the time, yes, because there is so much discretion given to the FBI. And so let's say there's 100 incidents of it looks really strange, but they go easy on Hillary and people connected her. And 100 incidents where it looks really strange, but they go hard as possible after Trump connected people. You're not looking at it as, oh, that's 100 to benefit Hillary and 100 going against Trump. That seems to be a clear-cut pattern. What Horowitz is looking at is, in each of these single situations, we're looking at it in a vacuum. Was the threshold for starting an FBI investigation is incredibly low. So was that threshold met when they decided to start looking into Trump for Russia collusion? Yes, technically it was met. Was it a legitimate practice of the FBI to give accused people immunity? Yes, so they could give immunity. Is it also legitimate to try to charge them as much as possible? Yes, so that's what they did to the Trump people. And so what they're doing, and that's the problem. That's why one of the effective strategies that the left tries to use against me when I debate them is they try to say, but we can only talk about this one thing in a vacuum. We can only talk about it in a vacuum. That's it. And it's
you want to cut it off from its context.
Right. Because the problem, I would agree, if it was just one thing, then you could say, okay, the FBI felt for whatever reason it was more important to go after Trump for this one thing than it was Hillary Clinton. But it's every single time. They're going after Trump in obviously unprecedented ways. Even the individual investigations, like Jack Smith's investigation. Like, all we hear is like, oh, the timeline, they're trying to delay. It's incredible. They waited 2 years to bring or 3 years to bring charges against Trump, and then they've rushed it faster than like any trial ever. All the January 6 people, the regular Joe Schmoes, they're languishing in prison forever before they get their day in court. But with Trump, it's like, right now, it's super fast, got to do it. They're cutting all these corners. And it's evident. If you have even the remotest clue of what's going on, it's evident. And yet, it doesn't matter. The average person doesn't know the minutia of this stuff. They're relying on someone they see as an authority figure to kind of tell them. Now, the one area of hope is it's becoming so bad that even that's not enough. Like, I think now even normal people are waking up like, okay, this is fucking nuts. Like the real estate one, that's insane. The average person understands that. Like, I have a mortgage. I know that there's a tax assessed value of my house, and then there's the assessor's value for the bank, for the mortgage. I know those are 2 different numbers. And yet I'm being led to believe that Mar-a-Lago's only worth like $18 million when empty lots next to it are selling for $250 million. The average person sees how fucking ridiculous that is. But it's so incredibly difficult to go through these minutia cases like, the Burisma scandal, or Crossfire Hurricane, or Combetta deleting subpoenaed evidence. Like, it's so, you lose people. And so the area of advice I'm looking for, what I struggle with is, I don't know how to, fuck Pisco. Like, I don't give a fuck about him. He's not going to change his mind. His worldview, his religion is the cult of anti-Trump. That's it. That's all that matters. Everything that benefits him taking down Trump, or the intel agencies taking down Trump, he's all for it. He'll lie in the most ridiculous ways. He'll say that the video still shows it's more likely that Bowman was trying to get out of the door, when it's blatant to anyone remotely objective that watches it that it's bullshit. So I don't give a shit about trying. That's why I say laugh at those people. What I care about is, how do I change my style? Because my style might be persuasive to you, and it might be persuasive to people that are watching, but is it persuasive to my neighbor that's a farmer? As soon as I start rambling on about, let me tell you about Burisma. See, there was this guy, Zolchevsky. Yep, he's out. He's like, what? What the fuck's that have to do with me? I don't know these people. Those names sound funny. That's the problem I'm having, and I don't know. I don't know what to do, because I feel like I have to remain true to myself, and I have to give the specific details, because I don't want to sound like that I'm just like, well, Trump's great and Biden's terrible, and so therefore, here's my story. But the more I give the details, the less persuasive the story becomes.
Well, thanks for listening to what I have to say.
Sorry I went off a little rant there.
a little rant. I'm about to get my Social Security, man. No, I'm kidding. Well, I guess I'll just leave you with this thought: is when they say Trump is evil, they're actually surrendering on the whole legal argument. They're basically saying, well, the context is that Trump is a bad guy, so even if these other people broke the law, they're not really bad guys, and the law is not meant to go after people who are not bad guys. But Trump is a bad guy, and we should go after him. But then the question is, again, is Trump evil? When they say Trump is evil, and this is probably deeper than you want to go, when they say Trump is evil, is that an arbitrary assertion, or do they have a standard of evil?
But they don't say that.
Because they're atheists, they don't.
But they don't say that. They're not going to say Trump is evil. Maybe some lower level people that don't give a shit. But Pisco's not going to say it. Pisco would say, show me one time I've said Trump is evil. He's not going to say that. What Pisco would say is this. Most of the laws that Trump is being charged for have a requirement of willfulness or intent. And Trump's character speaks to such that he is the type of person that would willfully do this stuff or have an intent to do it. Whereas the character of someone like Joe Biden shows that he did not have an intent or did not have willfulness. Now, at the end of the
You'll have to give a justification for his evaluation of Trump's character.
Well, that's what they try to do. That's where they default to, like, Trump's a liar, Trump's blah, blah, blah. And then you can say, but so's Biden. Like, I did this with, when I was talking to Destiny about Burisma, we did this, right? Where I, at the end of the... Go ahead.
I don't want to get nasty, but I obviously you're not going to want to do this. But from their worldview, what's wrong with lying?
Well,
right. Well, I know you don't want to actually go there, but
that's right. But like, to Destiny's credit, he was using me, which is fine, to prepare for a debate potentially on Burisma with someone like Glenn Greenwald or Alex Jones, right? So he let me outline the case, which was fine, which was good for me because I could outline the case to his audience, and he didn't really push back until the end. And at the end, he was just kind of like, it's not really in Biden's character, blah, blah, blah. And I just made one offhanded comment, was like, Biden's been accused of, like, lying and plagiarism. That derailed his presidential aspirations in the late 80s, I believe, plagiarism scandal. And he just went nuts. Oh, it's fucking blah, 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 blah. It's not a big deal. Well, I didn't know a lot about it, but just because he went off on me, I did look it up. And it was actually more serious than I thought. It wasn't just like some off-color thing. And it actually did derail his presidential aspirations. But that's sort of the absurdity of this. Like, it's all about controlling a narrative for them. And, like, the truth is, Biden has been a serial liar and a pretty much nasty person for a long time. Now, to me, it's irrelevant. Like, I don't give a shit. It's not about Joe Biden to me. But when looking at the character of Donald Trump, I think there's a lot negative to say. I mean, even if you like Trump, like, it's not hard to make the case that Trump's an asshole. Like, that's not a difficult thing to do. And if you're going to say, well, I think being an asshole means that your intent is more likely to X, then it's an easy jump for there. But the problem is Biden's an asshole too, right? And so's Hillary Clinton. In fact, name me a national level politician that isn't. You'd be hard pressed. And so again, it gets into this, when the problem with something like intent, they were right about Hillary Clinton. As much as people on my side might be hesitant to admit this, it's really hard to prove intent. It's really hard, And so if you're going to say, like, unless we have, like, some sort of admission from Hillary, like, yes, I know this is classified and I'm still hiding it, it's really hard to prosecute her. The problem is, as soon as it's Trump, they're like, yeah, obvious intent. And then you go back, well, here is the standard.
They're being arbitrary.
Well, here's the standard. What makes you say that it's obvious? And what, you tell me. I've been saying it for a month now. What was their clear-cut evidence that they said that proved Trump's intent? Do you know what it was, what they say?
No, I don't recall. I've watched you, but I just don't recall.
They say, he's on tape. He's on tape talking to a journalist.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right.
Okay? And that's what people don't understand about me. One of the reasons I love debating these people and letting them talk is I know that most of the shit that they have a problem with Trump will eventually find out that there's people they like that did the same thing. In fact,
I'd love to hear Sorry, go ahead.
I can even reverse it, right? One of my friends, John Burk, who's a conservative streamer I used to do a show with, we do a Twitter Spaces like 3-4 days a week. He has this standard that George Santos should have been kicked out of office. And I said, well, why? Even though he was accused of crimes, he hasn't been found guilty. Doesn't matter. The accusation of something that serious. What's that serious? Campaign finance violations? Yes. And I said, can you explain why? And the reason I did that is because I know eventually someone that John Burk likes, who I'll like too, like Ron DeSantis, he's going to get accused of campaign finance violation. I know that, right? And then what's John going to say? Is he going to say, well, I can no longer support Ron DeSantis? I hope he doesn't say that because I support Ron DeSantis. But you see my point? When you let these people talk about crimes that you know inherently tons of people are committing, and you say, please tell me why there's such a big deal, which is what I do. Tell me why we needed to raid Mar-a-Lago. Let them go. Tell me why it's so evident that Trump committed a crime. Let them go. And then what happens is you throw their words back in their face 6 months later where it's like, oh, talking on tape about having classified material was clear-cut smoking gun evidence? Now what? And you know what their response is? Nothing. They don't say anything. They fucking ignored the story. I challenge you to find one person that has been on stream that maybe Pisco eventually mentioned it on stream. I haven't heard him, but I know he hasn't put anything on X. And I know none of these other fuckers that were constantly telling me on stream how this was clear-cut evidence of a crime and how they were tweeting about it and all this shit. They haven't said anything. They just let it go.
A lot of them probably don't even know about it.
That's true.
Deeply incurious.
That's true. And those that do know, the strategy is wait for someone who's more articulate than you to give you your talking points. And if worse comes to worse and they're unable to do it, that's okay. The news cycle's really fast. There'll be another indictment of Trump soon. Then we could talk about that. And that's exactly how it works. And then what happens is, in real time, you're told you're a crazy conspiracy theorist, right? Then 4 years later, once the evidence becomes public and it's non-controversial anymore, they say, yeah, but it was a long time ago. Who gives a shit? That's what they did with Russiagate. When I was screaming to the heavens like they illegally spied on Donald Trump. Oh, you're fucking crazy. You're conspiracy theorists. Now they're just like, it was 4 years ago. Who gives a shit? Like, it's mind-blowing. But I do appreciate your suggestions. I really do. And I think I get where you're coming from with the don't say two-tiered. I've thought about the way to reference that. To me, two-tiered sounds like a more specific term to explain the arbitrariness. Maybe there's an even better term than arbitrary, but I get what you're saying. That arbitrary is probably better than two-tier. And I do think that writing things down and continually coming back to that standard is sound advice as well.
Because that's all that matters, is the standard. That's all that matters. And if they're deviating, if they don't have a standard, then it's arbitrary.
Yeah, I agree. So, all right, man.
Anyway,
I'll let
you
much.
go.
Yeah, thank you so much for calling in. I really appreciate it, and feel free to call back in some other time.
By the way, did you ever watch Destiny's debate against Christian apologist Darth Dawkins?
No.
You should watch it. It's very short. It's the most brutal execution in a debate Destiny's ever experienced, in my opinion.
Yeah.
In my biased opinion.
Darth Dawkins.
It's ugly.
Is it spelled like?
It's not a real name. It's an online name. It's
of course. But is it spelled Dawkins?
Darth Dawkins, like Richard Dawkins.
Okay, not like the band Dawkins. Gotcha.
No.
Yeah, I'll look it up. Yeah.
Yeah, it's brutal. Anyway, thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll talk to you soon.
Later.
Hopefully, take it easy. Yeah, good call. I appreciate people that are in a good faith way trying to get me to have ways to improve. Stickers for Cooker says, Rob, your issue is you keep arguing that Biden is guilty as Trump, yet you don't say both belong in prison. No, I say the opposite. In fact, I said it at least twice in this stream already, that neither Trump nor Biden should have been charged with mishandling classified documents. Same with Hillary. Now I'll turn the question to you. Why do you think Trump should be charged and not Hillary or Biden? You raised the question to me, I answered, so why don't you answer? And you're going to say, because Trump committed a crime and Biden didn't. There's a difference. That's what you're going to say. Now, I'm not going to say that I've never engaged in hypocritical activity or Okay, you think both should be charged. Then why are you okay? Then I assume that you agree with me that there is a two-tiered system, or like Parakeet, the caller was saying, an arbitrary system led forth by law enforcement, by the intel community, by the DOJ and the FBI. That's my entire argument. I don't give a shit about Trump. I don't give a shit about Biden. My argument is, why is there a double standard? If your standard is, I think both Trump and Biden should be charged, I have no beef with you. I might disagree, but at least that's a consistent standard. But then you have to respond to, why is it that law enforcement is only charging one? Because that law enforcement, the FBI, the DOJ, they will be there long after Trump and Biden. What's up, cowboy? That's my big problem. So you already agree with me. As far as you think they both should be treated the same. We just disagree on what that treatment should be. And this is what I find most frustrating. There are people like you that will say this, and it sounds reasonable. Well, I think both should be charged. Okay, then why aren't they? And all of a sudden, you lose your outrage. There's a lot of outrage from people like you against Trump, and rightfully so. There are reasons for people to dislike Trump. There are reasons for conservatives to dislike. I don't begrudge that. I'm not some Trump sycophant that's going to be like, no, there's no room for criticism. Of course not. Right? That's fine. You hate Trump. You don't like Biden. Or maybe your feelings of them are irrelevant, but you think they both committed a crime. Okay. People like you, and I don't know you specifically, but people I've heard say similar things to you have been quite vocal of their dislike of Donald Trump. So where's your vocal nature for your dislike of the FBI for arbitrarily enforcing the rules? I try to put my hat on. Let's say that I'm a big Democrat and I hate Trump. And it's not hard for me to imagine this because I have lots of friends that are big Democrats that hate Trump. So it's easy for me to imagine. Okay, so I'm looking at them. And there's specific people that pop into my mind. Friends I have. Actual good people, right? So let's say I thought like them, right? I'm like, okay, I hate Trump. And then I saw the classified documents case, right? And I'm like, hey, I don't like Trump and this is a crime. He should go down for this. Okay. And then I see Joe Biden does it. What I would do is say, okay, it looks like they both committed a crime and they should both be charged and leave a jury decide it. That's what I would say. And if that didn't happen, even though I don't like Trump, I would say, now wait a minute. What's going on here? Why is the DOJ and the FBI only going after one of these people? And then I might say, well, what about the Bragg case? Now, the Bragg case, for those that don't know, I think I'm getting this right. Alvin Bragg is a prosecutor. His case is alleging that Trump committed campaign finance violations. You might say, well, I don't like Trump. That's fine. I think this case is incredibly dubious because the statute of limitations had ran out, and so they tried to make it a felony for something that's no, because they're blatantly just going after Trump. But whatever. And I also think the material nature of the case doesn't make sense, where they're saying him paying off a would-be extortionist is a campaign finance. You could, for all sorts of reasons, pay off someone that's accusing you of having an affair with them. If you happen to be running for Congress, it could be that part of the reason is you think it would affect your election. It might be because you don't want your marriage to fall apart. It might be because you don't want your business to suffer, because your name will be dragged through the mud, through the tabloids. There's tons of reasons to do it. If we're going to say, yeah, but it could have helped him with his campaign, then you would have to say that anything from a haircut to a new car could also help your campaign and would also be considered a campaign finance. Okay, I'll finish this real quick. But even if we overlook all that and say he committed a campaign finance violation, he should go to jail for that, why shouldn't Hillary Clinton's team? They committed a campaign finance violation. They were found guilty of it. When they did not disclose that they paid Fusion GPS to work with a suspected Russian spy, working with a foreign spy from MI6 named Christopher Steele, to get dirt and spread it on Donald Trump. They didn't disclose that as a campaign contribution. They lied about it for a year, in fact. Then they were fined. They didn't go to jail, they were fined. Classified documents. Then we could go list by list through the cases. We see examples of Democrats and other people doing it. Obstruction of justice. Hillary's team deleted subpoenaed evidence. They weren't charged. Trump's team's accused of moving boxes. They get charged. Alternate electors. Democrats have suggested it multiple times. None of them get charged. Trump ends up getting charged. January 6th, insurrection. Trump said go peaceful, this, that, and the other. but they still say that that was incitement and he incited an insurrection. Democrats actually promoted bail funds for people that were firebombing buildings. No such qualms. Sticker says, I keep arguing both sides should be charged and it's wrong. That it's not. Aftershock, do you want both in jail? Aftershock can answer himself. I already said I would want neither. But the problem is, the question I would ask you is, what do you think's more important? What's a bigger threat? Potentially criminals, like, have committed crimes of mishandling classified documents, like Biden and Trump, winning a presidency for 4 years, or an FBI that intentionally covers up crimes of the one side they like and goes after crimes of the side they don't. What's a bigger threat, Sticker? That's right, just kidding. There's tons of examples of that type of shit. Of them, FARA violations. Tons of examples of people. Blue Star Strategies, the group that worked with Hunter Biden to lobby for Ukraine. Hunter Biden's not been charged with lobbying Ukraine. Devin Archer wasn't charged. Blue Star Strategies wasn't charged. Why? They're clearly lobbying for Burisma. They weren't charged. Why? But Paul Manafort got charged. The Logan Act. They tried to charge Flynn for that. They investigated him. Why? No one in history has ever been charged with it. Well, even though he was the incoming national security advisor, he technically wasn't sworn in yet, so he shouldn't have been talking to people. Meanwhile, John Kerry's flying to Iran every other day when Trump's in office, talking to them about, if we win, we'll reinstate the Iran deal. No charges, no investigation. Why? The truth is, Sticker, I don't know if you'll answer or not, it is short-sighted to think that an individual president is a bigger threat than the actual bureaucracies that are in charge of going after presidents and intel and law enforcement. Again, the leader of the opposition party at the time in 2016, Chuck Schumer, said on national television, 2015 I think, or no, it was 16, on national television, Trump can't criticize the FBI. They'll find 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at him. You think the president's the most powerful person in the country. He is not. He has to be fearful of the intel agencies because they will sabotage him and take him down. And you might say, that sounds like a ridiculous conspiracy theory. No, you've already admitted it. You've admitted that you think both Biden and Trump should be charged, and yet they're only charging Trump. So my question to you is, what's a bigger threat to this country and to the will of the voters? One shitty president that mishandled classified documents? Or an intel agency that is going to purposely allow presidents and Congress people that they like to break the law and selectively go after those they don't like? Am I not wrong that Alabama wrote in their legislation allowing IVF? Now, suspect blaming here, I have no doubt, is a left-winger that's trying to gaslight you into saying, yay, let's get rid of IVF so that they could run this as some sort of campaign shit. Because they don't have actual policies to run on and they have to be duplicitous and liars. Anyways, back to the Her report. Let's play some clips, shall we? My computer doesn't crash. Here's Representative Armstrong from North Dakota.
He received advice from at least 2 separate counsels, the National Archives staff. He has demonstrated enough knowledge of the law to attack President Trump in public over the same exact issue in detail. This is where I get into this. I just have a problem with this. In your report and this testimony, a reasonable person would conclude that Mr. Biden knowingly retained national defense information and failed to deliver it to an appropriate government official, and that he knew his conduct was unlawful. And I think that's where we end up here, and that's what the point is. Over the last 3 election cycles, there's only been 3 people who have ran for president: Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, Donald Trump. All 3 of them have been accused of mishandling classified documents. Only one of them has been prosecuted. And that's what the American people see. That's what we see. We had Hillary Clinton, who ran a program called Bleach It on her server. They used hammers to destroy evidence. Joe Biden has a 50-year history of misplacing classified documents in numerous different places. All of these cases have the same underlying elements of the crime, the same fact patterns, and yet we only see one person being prosecuted.
Absolutely true. That's the problem. I have a friend who's a Democrat, and the day that they announced that they started to announce that Joe Biden mishandled classified documents, he texted me and said, well, that's the end of the Trump case. And I laughed. I was like, yeah, right. We'll see. And of course I was right, and my friends never said, yeah, shit, you're right. How did I know? He is a Democrat who's going to vote for Biden, who doesn't like Trump at all. His first reaction was, well, they can't go through with going with Trump and not Biden. That would be absurd. It was so evident to him it would be a double standard. But that's exactly what's going on. And do you think he said, well, shit, this can't stand? Nope. He might say, well, I don't particularly like that, but Orange Man bad. Trump's really bad. So, still, there is nothing that Biden could allegedly do that would make people that are entrenched with Orange Man bad not vote for Biden. My computer's a laptop and it sucks. I'm not in my home studio, so it overheats anytime I try to play a video. But Sticker, you're literally making my point, right? Sticker says, here's the issue I have, Gob. The government will always be biased towards the administration. Right. Towards the establishment. The government will always be biased to the people in politics that allow them to keep their power. They don't want someone who's a potential outsider. Right. Now, you might not like Trump, and you might think Trump's an immoral, shitty person. That's fine. That's your right to think so. But they don't like Trump not for those reasons, because they have plenty of immoral, shitty people on their side, too. They don't like Trump because he's from outside their club, and they're worried that they won't be able to control him. And so when Trump started saying things that really were against some of their core tenets, such as saying, I don't understand why we're fighting Russia in Syria. Isn't the whole point to go after ISIS? Why aren't we working with them? They lost their fucking minds. You can't do that. You can't do that. They didn't like him talking about what the hell's good's NATO. How about these open borders? That's against the uniparty agenda. Fuck that, they said. So they went after Trump. Now, you don't like Trump. That's fine. But then you also acknowledge, well, the real problem is it's not about the two parties. I agree. It's not about the two parties. They've done this to left-wing people. They did it to Bernie in 2016, sabotaging him. They did it to Ron Paul. They did it to Jill Stein in the Green Party. They don't want someone from the right or left that's considered an outsider. They don't want that. So it's not, I happen to be a right-winger. I am conservative libertarian. But I'm a populist first because I don't want these agencies putting their thumbs on the scales of our politics and usurping the will of the people, which is exactly what they're doing in many ways. So the threat, again, I think that what happens is you make the mistake of thinking, Rob's defending Trump. That's not what I'm doing. It's exactly the opposite of that. I'm doing exactly what you're saying we should be doing. We, the people, should not stand up for this. We, the people, should have been outraged when Chuck Schumer said that the President of the United States, who's supposed to be the most powerful elected person in the free world, has to be fearful of agencies that he is the executive of, because if he criticizes them, they will take him down. And that's exactly what has happened. But the problem is, people like you that don't like Trump, that maybe you're on the left, or maybe you just hate Trump and you're on the right, whatever your reason is, so many of the people like you will be far more vocal about your hatred of Trump than you will about this obvious double standard and two-tier justice system. You say, we're supposed to be on the same side against them, yet we fight about whose side the government agency's on. Hint, it's against us, the people. Right! Exactly! And yet, the Democratic Party at this point is almost holistically on the same issue, which is, we don't give a shit, we're in the side of the government, Orange Man bad, take him down. A large portion of the Republicans are the same. There are people in the Republican Party that have been elected, or that still have pull in the Republican Party, that at least are seen as outsiders. You might not even like them, that's fine. But those are the people that are targeted. No, it's a Asus, my computer. It's not a Packardville. It's not even that old. It's an Asus. It's a gaming computer, so I bought it specifically for streaming, not for gaming. But I figured a gaming computer would have the capacity to. All right, new clips. So anyways, that exactly right. That's the arbitrariness or double standard that I'm talking about that you saw Representative Armstrong make there. Here's a nice little clip from him as well.
Mr. Herr, classified documents were found at the Penn Biden Center?
That's correct.
They were found in President Biden's garage?
In Wilmington, Delaware, yes.
And in his basement den?
Also in the same home, yes.
And his main floor office?
Correct.
And his third floor den?
Correct.
At the University of Delaware?
Correct.
And at the Biden Institute?
Correct.
Mr. Herr,
let's hear that again.
Classified documents were found at the Penn Biden Center?
That's correct.
They were found in President Biden's garage?
In Wilmington, Delaware, yes.
And in his basement den?
Also in the same home, yes.
And his main floor office?
Correct.
And his third floor den?
Correct.
At the University of Delaware?
Correct.
And at the Biden Institute?
Correct.
Just in case. Now remember, in I'll see if I have this. I saw this. Jack Smith put in his indictment just the other day. Well, one of the different. Here. This is from Jack Smith's filing the other day. The highlighted portion. It says, that was plainly an unsecured location. It says, finally, the Herr report notes that the documents of which charges were most plausible were found in a box in Mr. Biden's Delaware garage. That's plainly an unsecured location. And the storage of classified documents there risks serious damage to America's national security. Whatever risks are posed by storing documents in a private garage, however, are dwarfed by the risk of storing documents in an active social club with hundreds of members and more than 150 full-time, part-time, and temporary employees, which between January 2021 and August 2022 hosted more than 150 social events. So Jack Smith's saying, well, yeah, it's not good that Biden did that, but what Trump did was worse. How? At Mar-a-Lago, there was security. There was registers of people that came and went. They were behind lock and key. Biden had documents at the Penn Biden Center, at the University. How secure do you think the University of Delaware is? Want to know who helped fund the Penn Biden Center? Chinese interest. Want to know two of the employees that were tasked with moving these documents? Former members of Rosemont Seneca. Rosemont Seneca, what's that? Rosemont Seneca is Hunter Biden and Devin Archer's organization that was hired by Burisma. That was working with, in the words of Hunter Biden, the spy master of China. So let's rehash. And by the way, they have no clue, as Herr admitted in his testimony, what the chain of custody was of these documents. No fucking clue. They don't know who came and went. They don't know if documents got taken and they haven't. How would they know? They have no clue. So the president's son worked for, not my words, his words, the spy master of China, and was allowed to freely come and go in every one of these locations where classified materials were. Including in just cardboard boxes in the garage next to Biden's sweet-ass car. Just sitting there. They were stored at the Penn Biden Center that was financed by Chinese interests. The University of Delaware. People handling the boxes were people that were formerly in the same company as Hunter Biden, who's working with the spy master of China. And they're literally tasked with handling these classified documents. Using the camera plugged in through a USB. Yeah, TL. Sticker, I'm happy that you're here, and I obviously don't mind your comments, but it's not worth explaining it anymore. He doesn't get it. You're absolutely right, TL. He does not get it. Thank you, Sever. I appreciate it. Severo, thank you so much. Okay, here we go. We're going to move you here. Oh, shit. This damn camera. I shouldn't have done it. The camera is very finicky. It'll freeze up. See this? That's my cooling station. So people ask me all the time. I do have a cooling station. The vents are not blocked. The cooling station is running at maximum capacity. The problem seems to be because I'm streaming to so many platforms that the GPU on my computer just can't handle it. And so when I try to play videos, it starts to get very hot. Thank you, Severo. Yeah, I'll talk to John soon. By the way, I noticed I got some spittle there. Jesus, what am I doing? I don't argue Trump's a different coin. I argue that Trump is being signaled out as different. Again, show me where I'm arguing Trump is a different coin. My stance has been that neither Biden nor Trump should be charged for this crime. How is that saying that he's a different coin? The problem is, anyone who's watching can see this. It is palpable from how, I know you're just typing, but it's palpable for the things you're saying. You have TDS. You fucking hate Trump. And just like a litany of other people that I've debated, just like you, that also hate Trump, that will be willing to concede, yeah, you're right, the other side should be charged too, and I guess I'm upset that the other side, that is not your top priority. The truth is, you won't admit this. You won't. I know this. You won't come out and admit it. But the truth of the matter is, your hatred of Trump supersedes any of the other shit. That's the truth. That's why you'll say, yeah, you're right, Biden should be charging. Yeah, the FBI, they're bad for not doing that. But Trump! That's why you do that. To any reasonable, objective person, you're like, but wait a minute, like, that's clearly less of a priority. If we literally have the most powerful intel and law enforcement agency in the history of the world that is putting their thumb on the scale to protect people on one side and to go after people on the other side, clearly that's the bigger threat. But you can't manage that. You're like, but Trump! What about Trump? And that's who you are. And that's fine. I'm not here to try to change you as a person. Just recognize that the rest of us can see. And there is no amount of discussing through this that's going to change your mind. Oh, because Fender, in Restream, that's got a section to change all of the titles of your show, and I must not have hit enter, is the problem. So actually, the title of tonight's show was supposed to be, her report shows two-tier justice system, or her testimony shows two-tier justice system. It was supposed to say 3/12/24, but unfortunately it didn't update. So this was the title of last night's show. I know, I'm an idiot. It's not you, it's me. I just woke up the kid. I'm sorry. I do apologize. I am a boomer. But that's the truth. And it's amazing to watch this. I mean, I find it... Thank you, Severo. Thank you so much. $20. Incredibly generous. My goodness, I haven't received a tip like that on Twitch probably in 3 years. The last guy in the bottom there where it says recent donation, the last guy had been there for like 3 years. Severo's name will stand forever. No one will ever donate again. And from the day that I stop streaming, Severo's name will be on it. Thank you so much. But I do find it fascinating just to watch how, like, it's amazing. I get the people that just buy it hook, line, and sinker. Thanks, Severo. I get that. I get those people that are just like, Trump evil, Orange Man bad. I don't see anything wrong with the FBI. That's true, Go Rams. Twitch chat's dominating today. And there's, well, right now there's almost even 38 in YouTube and 36 on Twitch. And then, of course, though, it says there's 65 on Twitter, but there's probably only one on Twitter, and it's just, that's cumulative views. But yeah, what's going on, YouTube? Letting Twitch dominate tonight. That's totally true. I get that. So, like, the people like Destiny and Peace go, I get it. Orange Man bad. Nothing wrong with the FBI. Either they believe that or they don't. They don't give a shit. But that's what they're putting out there. Thank you, Webmaster. I agree. It was a good chat. I had a good time. Thank you. Was glad to have you on. But what I don't get is the people that are like, yeah, the FBI's corrupt, yeah, double standard, but Trump! It's like the equivalent of like, man, I really hate the lieutenant governor. And it's like, yeah, but the governor's super corrupt. Yeah, I agree, he's corrupt, he's the worst, but that lieutenant governor... And you're like, right, but clearly the bigger threat, they just don't get it. I hope I become a regular on Tim Pool. I'll be on this Friday on the Culture War podcast, so I know that's not his main channel, but hopefully I'll get to go on Timcast IRL as well. And what I'm going to try to talk to Tim about, in addition to a lot of the political things that we are talking about here, is I don't sell myself very well, but I think at this point it's obvious that I am one of, if not the best right-wing debater that frequents sort of the Twitch, YouTube political debate sphere. Even the people I debate on the left would recognize that. They know that's the case and that that's true. And so oftentimes Tim has people on for debates, and hopefully I will be one of the people he thinks of to come on and debate some of these crazy lefties, because it's one area that I think we could get better on. And when I say we, I first and foremost mean populists, but also conservatives and right-wingers, Republicans. Oftentimes, we don't send our best people for these debates. And there's, it's something that I've talked about it. Thank you, Jet. I really appreciate it. I've talked about this before. Because the online sphere, the nature of politics online, both through manipulation of the algorithms and selective enforcement of the rules, in addition to the fact that these users on places like Twitch and YouTube tend to skew younger, the left has an incredible built-in advantage. So it's not always been the case. Back in 2014, 2015, there was a huge right-wing sphere on YouTube. You saw people like Gavin McInnes and Milo Yiannopoulos. Now, I'm not saying you had to like these people, but there were a lot of people that were building up incredible audiences, and then the censorship came, and then the manipulations of the algorithms and the demonetization and that thing. Then you saw left-wing people that were of similar personalities start to swing up on the left and start to increase their reach. And so it's difficult to get a foothold in these spaces, and there's also some gatekeeping that occurs. Definitely on the left, so there are people on the left that are bigger streamers that won't want to debate someone like me. That's where I'll give props to someone like Destiny. He's debated me and platformed me. But there's also gatekeepers on the right. Notice there's a lot of big right-wing accounts that they would have nothing to do with me. It's okay. No hard feelings. And what you see is a lot of the right-wing presence on this space are people that are good Republicans. They're good conservatives. They're the types of conservatives that, if they're on a panel with me, they basically agree with 95% of what the Democrats and the lefties do. But they have one or two non-offensive positions, at least non-offensive to the perspective of the lefties. And so, if you read the comments afterwards, I like that person. He's a good Republican, but I can't stand Rob. Right, because Rob pushes back. So many of these right-wing voices, they'll get paid by left-wing progressive organizations to drive out the votes to help Democrats. But trust them, they're Republicans. They're conservatives. They're Republicans. That's what this space has been for so long. And make no mistake about it, this space matters. And when I say this space, I don't necessarily mean Twitch or YouTube, but the online political Discord space. It definitely matters. We can't cede that ground to the left. If you don't try to talk to people, don't be surprised when they don't agree with you. Now, I don't mean like we were talking about the left-wing people I debated. Of course, they're not going to agree with me. But I mean, in general, younger online audiences. If you just don't have a presence on that space, they're never going to have a chance to hear your ideas. If I go and debate Destiny, and instead of the normal 40 people or 60 people that are watching me, I now have 4,000 to 10,000 people watching me, chances are a large swath of those people are going to come away thinking, I don't agree with Rob. I think he's wrong about what he said there. But if I do it over and over again, and they start to be convinced, well, Rob was right about this thing. He was right about this. And then, well, I guess this was right too. And yeah, actually, I was surprised. I looked in, but it was right about this. All of a sudden, the gut reaction to just think, well, Rob's saying it, so it must not be true because that's not the political side I'm on. All of a sudden, that's not as effective. Have I tried blowing the dust out? I have before, but it's been a while, so maybe that's something to consider. I had it into a shop and they cleaned it, and immediately after getting it back, it did the same thing. The shop didn't understand it. They looked at the specs of the computer and thought that it should be able to handle it. So I don't know. Yeah, great bald debater. Yeah, I'm trying. By the way, I think I'm going to get a haircut tomorrow before I go on Tim Pool's show. Yeah, dude, you know what? You guys are incredibly generous. I got to tell you, though, I know I got buying a computer for streaming new goal, and people like, what is it, like, I think I end up getting $2.50 per sub. So at 3,000 subs, you'd be looking at a $7,000 computer. No. That goal was set up once I already had like 200 or 2,000 and like 100 and something subs. So I was trying to get like 750 subs, I think, for a goal for a new computer, which I already purchased that computer. My home computer's fine. I have no problems with it. This is my work computer. And you all are incredibly generous, but I would have a difficult time. That's such a luxury item. A solid computer for streaming, I agree. That was something that I needed to stream. But I don't know that I could justify 2 of them. That would be crazy. I tried updating my drivers, but I'm stupid. Maybe someday we'll do a stream and people that are more tech savvy could just talk me through things to attempt. But so let's get to some more clips from her today. Let's see, where were we? Again, I think the clearest evidence of a crime was the ghostwriter, Zwanitzer, I think's his name, here's, okay, special counsel going to be looking for this evidence. First reaction is delete it. Delete the tapes where Biden admits that he has classified documents. Delete them. Oh boy, now the computer's really... Oh, wait a second, it's going... No problem, stickers. Thank you. Do you hear it? Here, I'll even... If you want, I could bring up the task manager and I'll tell you what it's saying right now. So it's saying that OBS, which is the platform that I'm using, power usage very high. It's using 33% of my memory right now. Everything else is low or very low. Performance, the GPU is at 25%. It says 47 degrees Celsius. CPU's at 11%. Memory's at 33%. Now, here's a question I have. I know this isn't everyone's forte. Yeah, I'm using, it says I have 2 GPUs, GPU 0 and GPU 1. And it says I'm using NVIDIA GeoForce. but I also have AMD Radeon. It's operating at a higher temperature, but it's only 6%. Is there a way... Is that something wrong? Should I be using the AMD GPU? Or is that the way it should be? I don't know. But we'll see what people say. Anyways, not to bore people with tech talk, because I'm literally a meathead. I should be using the AMD or I should be using the NVIDIA. I don't know. We'll get to the... So I wanted to play Matt Gaetz. And again,
Chair now
I think
recognizes
the
the
most
gentleman from Florida.
significant thing
5
that
minutes.
illustrates
February 8th, the White House.
The double standard of the arbitrariness of the selective prosecutions. Okay, so I'm using the other. That's okay. Good deal. We'll try to play this clip. If my computer crashes, it crashes, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Oh, brief reminder. In addition to being on Tim Pool Friday, I will be debating on Whick's channel tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. And I'll tell you the people that I'm debating with. I don't know most of them, but I'll tell you them. It is Hutch, Laura De Laguna, Pondering, me, Rashad Crenshaw, and Admiral Gibbs are the people that I will be debating with. Pondering, I know. I've heard of Hutch and Lauren, but I don't know if I've ever debated either of them. And the others, Rashad and Admiral Gibbs, I don't know. They're all Jewish people, then I'm screwed, right? Some people. Did I see your question, Conservative Carnage? I did not. Where did you... On the chat? Hey, Rob, question. Why did you and John Burk stop doing a show together? That's a good question. I think primarily it was because we were having trouble scheduling at the same time. Thank you so much, TL. I appreciate the cheer. I really do. Oftentimes, if you go back, what was going on was I wasn't equipped to want to host that show. I was fine being the co-host. But as far as the scheduling of people and the use of moderation and bringing the technical aspects of bringing people on to talk and things like that, most of the time those shows were done during the day when I had off work and I'm being dad. So I'm literally just on my phone, cutting up a banana for my son, and I'm doing the spaces. What almost happened every single time by the end of it was John would message me right before the show and say, hey man, I can't be there. Can you do it? And a lot of times it would be like, but I'm on the road driving for work. And so now the problem with Spaces is if the host internet connection crashed, the whole show crashes. So several times what would happen would be because I was forced to host it and I'm driving for work, or my internet's spotty, my Wi-Fi internet's very spotty at my home because of where I'm at, all of a sudden the whole thing would crash. So it made it difficult on me. For John's perspective, it was difficult for him because he has so much going on. So he's doing his regular show every day, and he has, like, for example, a workout routine. So a lot of times he would literally be hosting the show from the gym. And, like, you could hear him running on the treadmill and shit. You know, so I think it just became burdensome. And I think that sort of our interest in what we wanted to talk about specifically started to diverge once the primary season sort of hit its peak, and he was sort of getting into his groove, going all in on DeSantis, and with the problems of Trump and the people that Trump had surrounded themselves with, or at least the online influencers with Trump. And I really didn't have much to say about that. I guess I'll just say politely. Now, there wasn't really a fight. I think we disagree on, he's not going to vote for Trump under any circumstance. I think that's a huge mistake. But no hard feelings. No, we didn't have a fight or anything. I'm sure if I talk to John, maybe after I know he doesn't like Tim Pool, but maybe after I do Tim Pool's show, I'll reach out to John and say, hey man, do you want to come on, or can I come on your show and we'll talk about me being on Tim Pool? He'd probably say, sure. Savage is in Turkey right now. Okay. No, not. All right, let's play Matt Gaetz's questioning of her. And again, the most interesting part of this is going to be the end where he talks about the ghostwriter. Why wasn't he charged? Are there any other worthwhile candidates on the Republican side other than Trump? Trump was my third choice. I thought Vivek was my top choice, followed by Ron DeSantis. But I think Trump's acceptable. I think there's a lot of things to dislike about Trump. He said he was going to drain the swamp. He didn't. You could put as much blame as you want on him for that. But he's made choices that I've routinely criticized. Having said that, I think he's head and shoulders more preferable than another Biden administration or Democrat administration. Thanks, Andy. I don't think fame will hit. I'm not too worried about it. All right, before I play this clip from Matt Gaetz, I was considering talking about this. Aftershock asked me the other day if I'm nervous. There is one thing I don't know if nervous is the right word, but there's one thing that I'm worried about. And it has nothing to do with my performance on Tim Pool's show. I'll do great because I'm a good talker and I could talk to just about anyone. I think I'd be a great guest for almost any show because I love talking to people. I love it. And I'm flexible and I think I'm kind-hearted and I'm easy to talk to. And so even if we were, I was on a comic book panel, I'd probably be a worthwhile guest. I think that I'm good at it. So I'm not really worried about that. I think I'll be fine. What I'm worried about is, I don't know that I want to be a big streamer. Now, I would say the chances of me becoming a big streamer after Tim Pool's show is slim to none. Don't get me wrong. I don't have a big head. But it does represent a step in becoming a more out there person, someone who's more known. There was a time where that would have been, other than being a good husband, my favorite goal. That's what I would have happily wanted to do. I have to tell you that I mightily struggle with the fact that I just want to be a dad. That's it. That's all I want. I just want to be a good husband and dad. I watch people I like Andrew Wilson, get fucking swatted. Do I want that for my family? Yeah, I'm going on Tim Pool's show Friday. Now again, if it happens, it happens. Ultimately, I've decided I like doing this. I like streaming. It's not that I don't have a love for it. It's that something else came along. My son. And I don't really give a shit to be rich and famous. Again, I'm not being arrogant saying, this is it. I'm going to get on Tim Pool's show and then I'm going to be the big dog. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is, it's just a step. It's something that at one point would have really been something that's like, wow, this is like going along with the plan that I had to build up and then get on some bigger people's channels and then continue to build from there. And that's still the plan. That's still what I'm going to try to do. But I would be lying to y'all if I said there wasn't part of me that said, I don't know, I'm happy just streaming to 40, 50 people. I really am. I really love this. And I love the fact that I can say whatever I want and that basically I've cultivated a community of people that could agree with me or disagree with me, but it isn't the most crazy, insane shit. I'm not getting swatted. I don't know. So that's the truth. I hope, one of the things I've talked for years and years about my wife. Do you ever wonder what you'll be like in 10 years? Like, I'll say we all say things like, oh, I'll be a good father. I'd never cheat on my wife. I'm not the type of person that would ever steal or drink and drive. You say these sorts of things. But how do you know what you'll be in 10 years? I don't know. I think the key is to try to make good decisions all the time so you don't slide. You don't become something that you would regret. So the reason I bring that up is I don't think I would ever become big time. I don't think I'd ever be the type of person that would no longer be approachable or be unwilling to talk to my chat or to bring people on that don't have big followings and have conversations with them, even just random members of the audience. I don't think I'd ever become that. But I guess I don't know. I'd be ashamed if that happened. I think it would be everything that I despise. Because the entire theme of my show, the entire reason that I started a channel in the first place, the number one reason, in fact, it might even still be up on my About Me section of my YouTube. I remember writing it. The entire point was, I saw all of these regular fucking blue-collar people in my rural community that no one gave a shit about. And they're the most interesting, smartest, patriotic, wonderful people in the world. And I'm not really good at what they're good at. I'm an idiot. Like with working with my hands and stuff. I'm just bad at it. But I thought I could have a show where I'm talking about the issues that we face. Because I'm good at that. I'm good at talking. I'm good at debating. So that was the point. One of the things that I failed miserably, which was one of my original goals, was to bring people like that on my show. I wanted like once a week to be like, here's a truck driver from my town. He's going to tell you the problems he has with these regulations. Here's a farmer. He's going to explain the problems he's having this year with farming. I really wanted to do that, and I dropped the ball. You know, I just fell into bad habits, and that was a goal that I never reached. But that was the whole point. So it would be antithetical if that's the whole point of my channel to all of a sudden become big time, where it's like, oh, you know, I'm a big streamer. That's literally the opposite of what I was trying to do. So we'll see. But yeah, thank you, Andy. I don't know. I would assume I'll get at least some sort of temporary small bump in viewership after doing Tim's show. I hope. I think for me, the most reasonable goal that's both achievable and predictably will lead to the growth of my show is to develop good relationships with people that have a bigger audience. Because the one thing that I don't... Has this ever blown anyone's mind? This is getting off on tangent a lot now, but isn't it weird when you hear, like, some big event, like an assassin, you know, Sirhan, or, you know, any of these assassins that shoot a political person, or, you know, some crime that's been committed, or this, that, and the other. It's so weird how many times you'll hear, like, oh, they were the nephew of this famous actor, or the cousin of this person that works in Washington, you know, in the Biden administration or something. It's like, when I look at the world, everyone has connections to someone that has some sort of power. Everyone knows someone that works in DC or that's a celebrity. I don't have connections to anyone. I know the guy that could pump your septic tank out. That's who I know. I know the guys that put the roof on my house that I used to serve beers to every week. I know them, you know. I know the guy that works in the deli that can get you the thick cut steaks. That's the connections I have. I don't have these fucking connections. And when I ran for Congress, it was obvious. Like, I remember there was this time. So the way it worked, if you didn't know, I ran for Congress in 2019 in a special election. Not to get too in detail with it, but it wasn't a primary. It was a special election. That meant that both parties could have their own policies on who they nominate to be on the ballot. The way the Republicans did it, which I ran as a Republican, was they had a conferee process. So basically there were 220 conferees or somewhere about there, and they each got a vote. And it was only their vote that mattered. So it didn't matter what the guy at the local business owner thought. He wasn't going to get a chance to vote for you. All that mattered were these conferees. So I recognize the only shot I have to win, because I'm a complete unknown, is to get in front of many people as possible. So I'm calling the conferees on the phone, and I'm going to events and meeting them in person. At the one event where I thought it was like, I was not good at sort of the circus of it. So you would speak at these events, and there were other candidates. There were like probably 16, 17 realistic candidates, you know, that were really trying to win. And most of them were involved in politics. Again, this was a national level office, federal Congress, but most of the people running were involved in state level politics. And you would go one by one to talk to the conferees, and then at the end there'd be sort of a meet and greet. And it was absurd. People would be like throwing out, like I'd be talking to someone, and one of the other candidates, yeah, and come in and stand like with their back to me, in between me and them. It's fucking childish. And I get it. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to talk and make as many connections as possible. So anyways, this shit's happening at one event, and, you know, I've driven hours to be at this event. And I start talking to this lady, and we're talking for like 15 minutes, and she says, you know, I'm not a conferee, so it doesn't matter. And I was like, yeah, I don't care. That's okay. You know, I thought she had some interesting questions and points, so I was talking to her. And it's just like, My CPU doesn't seem to be hot. I wasn't good at that. I didn't have the connections. I didn't have someone to introduce me. I was like talking to the janitor and shit, which is fine by me. That's who I fit in with. That's why I think you always have the underlying goal of being genuine with anything you do. And I happen to be, it's easy for me to be genuine because I'm such a weird person anyways. Sometimes I'm flying off the handle and yelling. That's me. Sometimes I'm super calm and likable. That's also me. I'm just who I am in the moment. So it's easy to be genuine, but that's my advice to people. Just be, if you want to stream or something, be genuine. That's the best first step. Because if you're fake, it'll catch up to you eventually. You might get 10,000 people watching you on a live stream, but eventually it'll come out that you're playing a character. I'm just trying to be me. But after that, I think that a reasonable, realistic goal is if I'm on Tim Pool's show and I can convince Tim to bring me back to debate people, I think that's a good step for me. If I could get eyeballs on me that are watching Tim Pool's show, and then I could reach out to someone like Jimmy Dore or Aaron Matei, people that I would really like to talk to, Glenn Greenwald, then maybe I have a better shot. And I think that that will organically grow the channel because there'll be more eyeballs, but also will be the direction I want to take the channel in. I want to talk to interesting people and have debates with people where there's a lot of eyeballs. I want to do that because I'm selfish, and I would like that. I would like my audience to grow, but also because I think that our side needs someone who's good at doing those things, and I don't see a lot of those people. I see a lot of people that I think are doing their own thing, even if I agree or disagree with it, but I don't see them in that space of being effective debaters or effectively giving messages in a way that an average person can understand. So that's the goal. That is an achievable goal I think I have that's not beyond reason. Not to, after Tim Pool's show, I expect to have 300 live viewers. That has nothing to do with how I'm looking at this. I'm looking at it as I want to go and have fun and be myself, and hopefully it's people will be like, I like that guy. I think he brings something to the table. That's my goal. And I think that's achievable. I think I could do that. Oh, shit, Nicole, I haven't talked about that. We'll talk about that at the end of the show. Yeah, the city closest to me, Pittsburgh, they've entered the purge between 3 a.m. and 7 a.m. There's only like 10 police on the force at those hours. Thank God criminals don't commit crimes. It's not that unusual, though. Remember when Christopher Wray was asked, like, hey, what about all these, like, churches that have been vandalized and firebombed and stuff? He said, well, a lot of those crimes occur at night, so... Right. Oh, the police force in Pittsburgh baffled. Wait a minute, you're telling me criminals commit crimes in the evening? Do I agree with Ben Shapiro that said we should increase the retirement age? I don't know. It's something I'd really have to think about. Taking the legal process out of it, I do think that you should probably try to work in the sense that you should do something to keep active, particularly as you start to get older. A lot of people, when they retire, particularly men, I feel that sometimes they deteriorate physically because it's hard to get motivated to do productive things. And I think it's ingrained in men that we should be doing something. Some sort of work. So, but that has nothing to do with the legal, my recommendation would be if you're 65 and you enjoy your work and you should do it. Or, you shouldn't just retire arbitrarily. Now, if you hate your job, yeah, okay. That's different, I guess. But why, of all the things, right, like Social Security, you should have to wait later till you get it. Like, again, Social Security, in my opinion, was a huge mistake anyways. And I'm in principle for a gradual ending of that program. However, the people that are grandfathered in, that are already reliant on it, I don't see, it seems immoral at this point to take that away from them. But the overarching thing is, without getting too muddied in like real specific policy orientation, is of all the shit that we piss money away on, that's it. Well, it's time to raise the retirement age. How about it's time to stop sending fucking weapons everywhere around the world? Stop fighting war. How about that? How about we stop giving all this corporate fucking welfare out? Huh? How about we start balancing a budget? How about that? Let's do that. Instead of being like, well, sorry, average person. You're going to have to work until you're older now. Sorry, dude. Yeah, and that's true, Wolf's Rain. Like, you know, what do you say to some guy that's like chipping away at some job, busting his hump, and he's like, 3 more years, and then I could actually enjoy myself, spend time with my grandkids. Sorry, dude. Sorry, you'll be working till you're 90. If you work because you want to and you enjoy it, that's one thing. But, you know, people in dead-end jobs being forced into it. And, you know, a lot of the people I know that work, it might sound like I'll be honest, I have a job that's not too physically laborious, so I don't see my body, though I pulled a muscle on my back, it's killing me. But, you know, like, I know dudes that are in their 60s hauling fucking shingles up ladders on roofs. That shit's crazy. Their backs are screwed. Their knees are screwed. Like, you try doing that into your 70s. No chance. I can't do it now, and I'm almost 40. But I honest to goodness, I know people in their late 50s, 60s that are still doing that shit. You know, it might be easy to think of retirement age. No need to retire at 65 if you have some white-collar job. But if you're digging ditches... Anyways, Tibet Gate. I've delayed it long enough. Now I feel like it's been delayed so long, it's not going to be as good as people wanted. Here we go.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida. 5 minutes.
February 8th, the White House. Question, Mr. President, why did you share classified information with your ghostwriter? The President, I did not share classified information. I did not share it. I guarantee I did not. That's not true, is it, Mr. Herr?
That is inconsistent with the findings based on the evidence in my report.
Yeah, so it's a lie, is just what regular people would say, right? Yeah, all right. So the next one. And all the stuff that was in my home was in filing cabinets that were either locked or able to be locked. That wasn't true either, was it?
That was inconsistent with the findings of our investigation.
Another lie, people might say, right? Because what you put in your report was among the places Mr. Biden's lawyers found classified documents in the garage was a damaged open box. So here's what I'm understanding, right? As Mr. Armstrong laid out, you find in your report that the elements of a federal criminal violation are met. But then you apply this senile cooperator theory that because Joe Biden cooperated and the elevator didn't...
His first name is not Ben Hur, it is Robert Hur. Now, what he just said there was, this has nothing to do with a crime, potentially. It has to do with, should you vote for a man in Joe Biden who the day that Hur's report came out, went on national television to give a press conference and blatantly lied. And most of the press was, shall we say, not curious enough to really hammer down on the nature of that lie. Biden went out and said, no, I never read classified material to my ghostwriter. That was a lie. He said, oh no, my stuff was all secured in locked filing cabinets. A lie. But that's, the day this came out, that's what he chose to do to the American people. Now, so much of the criminal investigation in charge of Trump, in fact, all of them, they have one primary agenda. There are secondary agendas, but the immediate primary agenda is to harm Trump in the election, to prevent Trump from winning. More than, are we successful in convicting him? Will a conviction stand over appeals? That's irrelevant. If the court cases prevent Trump from winning, that's goal one. Now, there are secondary goals. One of the secondary goals, which is arguably more important long-term, is they are setting a precedent to others, to warn them. Don't you dare run for office and oppose us. We will ruin your life. That's the long-term goal. But the immediate goal is to interfere in our elections, to help Biden or whoever the Democrat will be, and to harm Trump. That's the immediate goal. Given that, the political nature of this is ingrained, it's built in. And so you would think, taking the criminal element out of it and just saying, okay, these behaviors occurred with Biden, these behaviors occurred with Trump, as voters, what should you do with them? And the day that a damning report comes out saying that Biden willfully retained and mishandled classified documents, his response is to fucking lie. And not, well, it was close to the truth. Literally, blatantly lie. The report said I didn't read classified material to my ghostwriter. That's a lie. The report said he did. I put all of my materials in filing cabinets. That's a lie. That's what he did. Now, the same media, if this was Trump, holy shit, it would be nuclear. But nope. It's the same. Again, the advantages you have being pro-establishment that control almost all of these institutions. Think of how powerful that is. The narrative became, after the Her report came out, and I said this on my show over and over again, probably half a dozen times, if not more. I said, the Democrats are winning the narrative because they've successfully switched the narrative of the Her report to Biden doesn't have dementia. To which the gut response from people on the other side is, yeah, he does. And they're like, no, he doesn't. And look, Trump does. And that's been the argument. Whereas the argument should have been, Biden fucking committed crimes. And he was let off the hook by a two-tiered system that said we can't charge an old man with dementia. Pointing out the double standard does serve utility for the people that are not hugely entrenched on either side. The real game is the populist or the people that see the corrupt institutions and then the corrupt institutions. Most people are not on either of those sides. The way our side wins that wants to point out the corruption is to shine light on the truth. We don't have to lie to you. We just need to make information available for people to see what's really going on. The way their side wins is to censor and cover up the truth. That's why they have wars on disinformation and they're interested in censoring social media and crafting narratives and banning stories that are critical of them. Pointing out the double standard does nothing in the terms of, well, what sort of policy change does that lead to? Nothing. Because the truth is the politicians on our side, on the Republican side, not necessarily the populist side, the leadership of the Republican Party is on the establishment side. And so they won't do anything to affect this actual corruption because the corruption benefits them and their side. They don't like potential people that are outsiders in the Republican Party like Trump represents. So they'll go ahead and allow the system to target them. They'll say the things they feel they need to say. Let me give you an example. John Thune and Cornyn, the two most likely replacements for Mitch McConnell in the Senate, all of a sudden, once they're the two most likely replacements and McConnell announces that he'll be stepping down, now they're out there talking about illegal immigration. Didn't have shit all to say before it. It's not because they've had a change of heart on illegal immigration. It's because, oh, here's the phony baloney shit we have to say to convince the rubes that vote for us that we actually give a shit about the issues they care about. So yeah, we'll just come out and say it and whatever. So policy-wise, you're right. Me saying, hey, Mitch McConnell, look at the corruption of the FBI. Mitch is going to say, I don't give a shit. They're going after a guy that I want them to go after. But what it does make sense to is that large swath of regular people in the center. Eventually, when you could show them these double standards, it could change how they operate and maybe how they vote. Let me give you an example. It did no good, legally or politically, to point out the two-tiered system of COVID restrictions and how my friends that were losing their homes and losing their jobs and unable to have a funeral for their loved ones and unable to go to the nursing home to visit their, elderly parents or grandparents. And yet, Barack Obama could have a sweet-ass birthday party in Martha's Vineyard. And Gavin Newsom could go to the French Laundry. And Muriel Bowser could say, yeah, I shut down hair salons, but I still went to one because hygiene's important to me. Thank you so much, Nicole. I appreciate the subscription. I really do. Thanks, Nicole. Nicole Belafonte body double. Are you... Do you know my friend Rob Noer's body double? So it does wake people up. Because the game right now is they're trying to win by saying, hey, average person, normie voter, Trump's a monster. Look at all these crimes he committed. And so one of the ways you fight back against that is, this is bullshit. It's all political. Look what they did. Okay says, since Hur decided not to recommend charges, do I think he's an establishment hack? If he is, why did he make a negative report on Biden? I think my gut feel, he might be a hack. There's reasons why a hack would still make a negative report on Biden. One, it could be that people in the establishment don't want Biden as the nominee, and this is one of the ways that they'll accomplish that, by trying to harm him politically and encourage him to step down. Second, it could be that they felt that it would be evident that these facts would eventually come out, and so he had to have some sort of excuse. What would your excuse be? For example, if you go to the section in his report that talks about, it says there were 3 times he read classified material, and it gives sort of varying degrees of excuses for 1 and 2. But number 3, he says, yeah, these are probably classified, and then reads them. And the only explanation that they could give for this clear criminal conduct is to say, well, we thought about it, and we thought, a sympathetic jury would be like, he's just a likable old man. What excuse would you have came up with? Because even though it's getting worse, and it is getting worse, make no mistake about it, there still has to be an appearance of legitimacy. If they just come out and say, fuck it, yeah, no, didn't do anything wrong, they run the risk of more people waking up and being like, but wait a minute, now stuff's coming out and we see this. That's why even appoint, you could say, here's an easier question. Do I think that Merrick Garland and the DOJ are hacks? Absolutely. Then why would they even appoint a special counsel? Same reason. They have to have political cover. They have to say, oh, we looked into it. That's absolutely right, your janitor. There's been no accountability for lockdowns. It will happen again. And I know people are like, never happen. I'm maybe older than some of the people in the audience. I don't know. I'm 39. I'll be 40 in July. I remember talking to my left-wing friends that said, we will never let something like the Iraq War happen again. Ever. Fuck the military-industrial complex. Fuck these intel communities. It'll never happen again. Now they're the biggest supporters of the military-industrial complex. So for all those that say, no, we learned our lesson, people won't accept lockdowns again, give it a decade. We'll see. Probably won't even take that long. However, so there's still a chance that Hur is a hack. I don't know the work of Hur. My gut is he's probably not. My gut is he's much like I think Horowitz, the Inspector General, is. I think both of them are people that are old school, trying to run it straight down the middle type investigators. And they're like, we take our job very seriously. We take our mandate seriously. We're going to try our best to keep our personal feelings out of it. And I think Hur would say, traditionally, we wouldn't charge presidents with this sort of thing, or former presidents, or high-level politicians. We just wouldn't. The threshold would have to be incredibly high. And that's probably what he would have said about Trump. And I feel the same way with Horowitz. It's clear to see, for me, when I watched Horowitz's testimony, it was clear to me, I don't want to say it's clear to me. This was the gut feeling I got. That Horowitz is like, look, dude, this shit was incredibly shady. And I'm laying all the evidence out there. But I can't come out and say, wow, this is shady. I'm just saying, here's what happened. My job is not to interpret the facts. My job is to lay the facts out. He probably would have charged Trump, to be honest. Let's be honest. But you see what I'm saying. And so Horowitz is like, here. And then the Republicans are like, duh. They weren't able to capitalize. Because most of the people in Republican leadership didn't give a shit. Wasn't a priority of theirs. They were happy with the FBI targeting Trump. They were happy with the Mueller report stymieing Trump. Or with Mueller's investigation stymieing Trump. They were happy with it. So Horowitz, he ain't gonna come out there like James Comey. He ain't gonna go out there with his I'm with her t-shirt. He's like, okay, not my job. I laid out the facts. You guys do what you want with them. I think that's kind of hers, like, listen. And here's the funny part about all this. What's up, fried chicken is best. I also like fried chicken. So there's this conversation that the Democrat, so what they're going with is, and I talked about this before, but I think it's important to give like some more specific details. Imagine the privilege it takes to be an institutionalist like a Democrat, like an Adam Schiff. Every time there's one of these prosecutors looking at people on your side, they let them off the hook. Every time. They let James Comey off the hook. They let Hillary off the hook. They let Hillary's team off the hook. They're letting Biden and his team off the hook. And yet that's not enough because they have to let them off the hook and not say anything negative. Imagine that sort of privilege of being furious that your guy committed crimes, but hey, no big deal, we're going to let him off the hook. That's not good enough. You have to praise him while you're letting him off the hook. That's what you have to do. So we talked about that. Schiff's today's line of questioning, and I saw people say, this is very impressive. Schiff's line of questioning was quite simply, didn't you know this would be released? Didn't you know that this would be political in nature? Hers just following the guidelines set forth by him. And in those guidelines, he's supposed to give his facts and then give his reasoning for either deciding to prosecute or deciding not to. A crucial reason that he decided not to prosecute was because Biden had mental decline. Now, the Democrats are making the argument, that's not true. No, he doesn't. Cool, then charge him. Then her was wrong, charge him. Merrick Garland has the authority. He's the head of the DOJ. Merrick Garland could come out and say, I do not believe that Joe Biden has mental decline. So, when that's used as an excuse for him mishandling these classified documents and reading them to his ghostwriter, I don't believe that's why I'm going to charge him. But he won't do that. Will he? But here's the key point in the attacks against her. Her's not the one who released the transcript. The mandates for the special counsel says he is to create a report and give to the attorney general. Then the attorney general decides what to make public. And so her's response to Adam Schiff's like, I didn't release it. My job was to give the information to the attorney general. And I was supposed to give my honest reasoning behind my declination of a charge or for prosecuting a charge. And that's what I did. He's the one who chose to release it. And Schiff's response is, but you knew he would. How's that her's fault? And that's literally, no one gives a shit about the details. No one gives a shit about on the Democrats. They don't give a shit about the details of the Her report. All they give a shit is he's partisan. Now, these are the same people that were completely fine with Mueller's team having 17 Democrat donors, including 2 that worked with the Clinton Foundation. No problem. They had no problem with someone like Peter Strzok that was talking about insurance policies to go after Donald Trump to prevent him from winning. No problem with him being the point person in all the interviews in both the Hillary investigation and the Trump investigation. Did not give a shit about the obvious bias of James Comey and Rod Rosenstein. Didn't give a fuck. And I said for years, as soon as the shoe's on the other foot, as soon as there's a prosecutor looking into a Democrat, and you could say anything about him, oh my God, at one point, he voted for a Republican at one point in his life, you'll lose your fucking minds. And that's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what's happening. That's exactly right. Your janitor, that's exactly what goes on. At the end of the day, this news cycle will move on. When the Her report, I said this at the beginning of the show, the first day that something happens is the biggest impact that it'll have. From here, the impact will dwindle. We'll get on to the next news cycle. The Democrats have done their job. They had a prosecutor that either willfully or unwillfully allowed a 2-tiered system. Trump has been charged, Biden isn't. That's the message that the average person will get. And that's why they're out there just trying. Let's finish with Gates here, and then I'll play part of their clips.
Go to the top floor, you don't think you get a conviction. And I actually think you get to the right answer in that. I don't think Biden should have been charged, don't think Trump should have been charged.
Agreed.
But under the senile cooperator theory, isn't it frustrating that Biden continues to go out and lie about the basic facts of the report that lay out a federal criminal violation?
Congressman, I need to disagree with at least one thing that you said, which is that I found that all of the elements were met. One of the elements of the relevant mishandling statute is the intent element, and what my report reflects is my judgment that based on the evidence, I would not be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt to a jury that intent element had been met.
But the reason you have that doubt is...
Gates is going to get to this, but what's key is he says that they have evidence that he willfully intended, willful means he intended, to retain and mishandle classified information. What he's saying is, and this is what Gates is going to get to, even though they have enough to charge him, they hesitate to charge unless they are assured that they have a clear chance at getting a conviction. And because Biden would be seen as sympathetic because he's a doddering old man that's confused and has mental issues, that they would say, oh, okay, no big deal. That's what, and Gates is going to get to this, right? So Gates is correct that all the elements of a crime, they found even the intent, they found the elements of that. It's just they said, well, we think a favorable jury would let him off the hook, so we declined to prosecute.
Is the senile cooperator theory. The fact that Joe Biden is so inept in responding that you can't prove the intent, which, again, I don't quibble with that conclusion, but it's frustrating to be like, oh, well, this guy's not getting treated the same way as Trump because the elevator's not going to the top floor, so we can't prove intent, while at the same time Biden goes out there at the White House and says, well, you know, he just blatantly lies. And what I'm trying to figure out is whether or not Biden's lying because he's still so senile, he hasn't read your report, or whether it's a little craftier and a little more devious and perhaps a little more intentional than we might otherwise think. So I also want to go to this Biden Penn Center. Like, did it give concern to you that the Biden Penn Center, where all this classified stuff was being mishandled, was being floated by foreign governments?
Congressman, we were concerned with getting to the bottom of all of the classified documents that were recovered during the course of our...
Yeah, but what bothers me is that the money that was paying for the place where the documents were being inappropriately held, it was the Chinese and it was other foreign countries. Did that play into your analysis? Did you look into the $1 billion in foreign funding sources at the Biden Center at UPenn, for example?
Congressman, we conducted a thorough, impartial, and fair investigation, and we were very, very concerned with getting to the bottom of all the relevant questions relating to the recovered documents.
Did you look into the fact that the Chinese were floating the place where this guy was keeping the documents unsecure? Yes or no?
Congressman, to the extent that we identified evidence that was relevant and significant to our investigation, we put it in our report.
Okay.
So it's not in the report that they talked about investigating China's funding of the Penn Biden Center. Now compare that to the latest Jack Smith filing. Remember the one I read to you earlier that said, oh, Mar-a-Lago had all of these parties and all these people were coming and going. Do you think for a second Jack Smith wouldn't have put it in the indictments and the filings he has that if it turned out that, say, Russia partially funded Mar-a-Lago? You don't think that would be part? But Hur didn't do that. And so what we have is the prosecutor going after Trump putting in everything to make it look bad. And then Hur's like, well, we just looked at the relevant facts. We put everything in our report. So if it's not in the report, we didn't really see why it was necessary to look into the funding of China of the Penn Biden Center. Again, his son was working with the spy master of China. People from his son's company were the people that got hired to move the classified documents. The Chinese were funding the institution where the classified documents were hiding or were put.
Seemed relevant to me, maybe not to you. Another thing that seemed relevant to me is this ghostwriter, right? So the ghostwriter purposefully deletes this evidence that seems to be like show culpability of Biden's crimes, and you don't charge him. Why did you not charge the ghostwriter with obstructing justice and deleting evidence?
Well, for a number of reasons that are laid out in the report. But in brief, Congressman, yes, when we interviewed the ghostwriter, he did tell us, and I'm trying to get the exact language, that one of the things on his mind, one of the things he was aware of, was that I had been appointed special counsel and was conducting an investigation.
Right. So he didn't. Just so everybody knows, the ghostwriter didn't delete the recordings just as a matter of happenstance. Ghostwriter has recordings of Biden making admissions of crimes. He then learns that you've been appointed. he then deletes the information that is the evidence, and you don't charge him.
That is reflected in the report, and one of the reasons...
Like, what does somebody have to do to get charged with obstruction of justice by you? If deleting the evidence of crimes doesn't count, what would meet the standard?
So, Congressman, as we state in the relevant chapter of the report, one of the things that Mr. Zwanitzer did not delete was transcripts of the recordings that he had created that included inculpatory evidence relating to Mr. Biden.
Oh, so if you destroy some evidence but not other evidence, that somehow absolves you of the evidence you destroy? Here's what I see. Zwanniger should have been charged, wasn't. Biden and Trump should have been treated equally. They weren't. And that is the double standard that I think a lot of Americans are concerned about.
Now, he's exactly right. This excuse from her makes no sense. So what her has just said is, okay, let's say that the FBI or a special counsel is coming into your home to get evidence of potential crimes, and you know that you're supposed to not destroy or delete anything that they're going to be looking at as potential evidence, whether it be subpoenaed or you just know that you're going to be contacting them, so you're not supposed to, release or delete these things, right? You can freely delete whatever you want as long as you retain some of the information. Then it's okay. Now, let me ask you a question. So let's go in all the ways this is not. It's nonsensical on face, but let's say that I'm playing devil's advocate and say, but if the transcript said exactly what the audio tape said, then what's the problem? Okay, first, have you ever saw someone text and got a completely different meaning from the same words that you hear them say? For example, let's say Aftershock types into here now and says, hey, douchebag, you need a haircut. And let's say I type back to him. You can't see me. I type back to him and say, go fuck yourself. Aftershock could take that to mean like, oh, Rob's pissed. But let's say I say, go fuck yourself. See the difference? Basically the exact opposite meaning from the same words. See how that works? So you do not get the full context and the best available evidence by merely seeing a transcript. In addition, there is no guarantee that the transcript is completely accurate. The transcript would have been created by the very ghostwriter that deleted the material. Janitor nails another part of this. Let's say that there was 5 seconds in one of these tapes that said, oh, and by the way, this shit's classified, don't tell anyone. And so you say, I'll delete this, and then I'll just take that little part out of the transcript. How would we know? Maybe there was a whole 4-hour tape that he deleted. We'll just throw that transcript away. Maybe he wasn't nefarious at all with his transcript. But in his transcript and the audio, he heard something and wrote it down in a way that maybe wasn't accurate. And that too could matter. You see, this shit seems to happen a lot with Democrats. Let me give you exactly of where my mind went when I heard about this ghostwriter deleting transcripts. You might say, oh, the deletion of Hillary's emails. No, it went somewhere different. Why is it that Democrats are allowed to pick and choose how they give evidence over to the FBI and investigators? Why are they allowed to do it? Are you allowed? Can you say, I've chosen that I'm only going to do this? The biggest example I could think of is the DNC server that was allegedly hacked by Russia. Now, James Comey testified that it was standard FBI practice to want to get their hands on the physical server. And that's because in the FBI's estimation, the best chance of finding forensic evidence about something like an electronic hack would be by having access to the physical materials themselves. But the DNC said, no, you can't have it. That's what they said. And the FBI said, oh, okay. Now, this was apparently, according to Democrats, an act of war that the Russians had committed, interfering in our elections. And the FBI has to protect us, has to protect our democracy. And yet, for some reason, the DNC was like, and even though this is an act of war, we're not going to cooperate. Nope. And the FBI, whose policy was, we're here to protect the United States, you're going to give us that fucking server, that's how we do things here. They were like, you're right, never mind. So what did they do? CrowdStrike, that was hired by the DNC, made a copy of the server. And I debated till I was blue in the face as someone who's not technologically inclined. I tried to bring on experts that so many Democrat voters that told me they were experts was like, a copy would be 100% the exact same thing as the physical drive. Really? Then why is it the FBI's policy to get their hands on the physical drive? Wouldn't the FBI 100% know if it's a direct copy? Why wouldn't the DNC cooperate? What is the reason? If it was a 100% physically accurate copy of that server, what's their incentive to not hand it over? What's the incentive? What if you just took one little thing off that server? Because you didn't want the FBI to say, maybe there was evidence of other crimes that had nothing to do. Maybe Russia legitimately hacked, but there was other shady shit that they didn't want the FBI to see. So they're like, well, no, we can't give you the server. In this situation, you tell me if you think it would work well for Joe Schmo public, right? Oh, the FBI or a special counsel is coming to my house to look for evidence. I'm going to delete all the video and audio tapes I have, but I'll make notes. I'll listen to the tapes myself and write notes and go, trust me, this is what the tape said. See how that works for you. You think that's going to pay off for you? You think that the prosecutor's going to go, well, he saved some of the evidence, so good enough for us. It's a fucking joke. And again, the argument that Democrats are going to make at the end of the day is, but eventually they got the evidence, so no big deal. Same's true of the Trump Mar-a-Lago shit. Eventually they got their hands on all the evidence. Maybe not. Maybe they got rid of some of the shit. And maybe Biden's ghostwriter got rid of some of the shit. So explain to me why the people connected to Trump are being charged for obstruction, but the people... And again, what's key here is, and what I was unaware of from reading Her's report, was that this dude did not delete until he literally knew the special prosecutor was named. There is no defense for that clear-cut double standard. And so what the question Gates asked is accurate here. What would someone have to do to be charged with obstruction of justice for you? What would they have to do? Furthermore, how can Biden... Just hear me out here. Let's say Biden loses in 2024, or he wins and he... God willing, he lives and makes it through the end of his term in 2028, right? So then he's leaving the White House. What's to stop him from taking any fucking classified document he wants? Even if they look at him right in the face and say, Mr. President, you can't take that document specifically right there. You can't. He says, fuck you. Yes, I can. Now I'm going to read it to everyone I want. And they say, well, that's it. We're charging you with a crime. And then someone speaks up and goes, no. A jury won't convict. He has he's lost some of his mental faculties. So a jury might seem as sympathetic. So it seems at this point that any potential crime, according to her, any potential crime that requires intent or willfulness that Joe Biden could ever commit, he has complete immunity from. Because he'll always have the defense of, well, a jury might think he's a confused old man. The irony is, the actual legal case that the Supreme Court's going to hear about whether or not presidents have criminal immunity for actions they take while president. The argument that the Democrats are making is, this means that the president could do anything. That's literally the policy that they're advocating for with Her's report. And then Nicole gets to another question. It is clear Her believes, he says it over and over, that there was evidence of willful retention and mishandling of classified information. Meets all of the standards of a crime. The problem was, for reasons already outlined, he was not sure that he could get a jury to convict by proving it beyond a reasonable doubt to a jury. Because Biden has dementia and Biden cooperated. Blah, blah, blah. Intuited in that statement is, anyone tell me if I'm wrong about this, would it not be fair to say that they won't bring prosecutions if they think a jury won't convict for whatever reason? Isn't that what he's basically saying? The reason he gives is because Joe Biden seems as a confused old man. But in reality, what he's saying is the policy is do not bring charges if we think for whatever reason the jury wouldn't convict, including they're sympathetic towards the person charged. Does anyone disagree with that? Does anyone have a counter interpretation? Does that sound reasonable? Okay, go ahead, Aftershock. What's your counter interpretation? Well, yeah. Then what that means is, because someone like a special counsel would have to bring these charges in D.C., I got news for you. D.C. jury ain't convicting Joe Biden of fucking anything. That means Biden literally has criminal immunity for everything. Can you guys see me again? Check, check, check. Someone put in the chat when you can see me. Let me know if you can see me again. I don't know what happened. The internet flicked. So let me know if you can see me. Okay, we can see me now. YouTube sees me. Twitch, anybody see me on Twitch? All right, I'm back. Sorry. So that's the truth. Joe Biden has literal criminal immunity because no DC jury would ever convict. If it's in a political season, they might convict Biden 5 years after he's out of office and no one gives a shit anymore. Is that the system we want? And then the inverse of that would be true as well. Well, fuck, we can get a jury to convict Trump of anything. So we charge him for anything. It could be clear made up bullshit. Doesn't matter if it's in DC, they'll charge him. That's where we're at. It's surreal. Here's another part of her. I think it's his opening statement.
My team and I conducted a thorough, independent investigation. We identified evidence that the president willfully retained classified materials after the end of his vice presidency when he was a private citizen. This evidence included an audio-recorded conversation during which Mr. Biden told his ghostwriter that he had, quote, just found all the classified stuff downstairs, end quote. When Mr. Biden said this, he was a private citizen speaking to his ghostwriter in his private rental home in Virginia. My team and I conducted...
So that's him admitting they had evidence that he committed this crime. Just didn't think he could prosecute because he was a likable old man. Jim Jordan.
What did that ghostwriter do with the information Joe Biden shared with him on his laptop? What did he do after you were named special counsel?
Chairman, if you're referring to the audio recordings that Mr. Zwonitzer created of his conversations with
Exactly
Mr. Biden,
what I'm referring to.
He slid, if I remember correctly, he slid those files into his recycle bin on his computer.
Tried to destroy the evidence, didn't he?
Correct.
What did that ghostwriter...
Remember, we were told over and over when it came to Trump, both in the Russiagate investigation and the classified documents case, Whether or not you successfully obstruct is irrelevant. The attempt is also obstruction. Her just admitted he tried to destroy the evidence. Yes. Yeah. He slid it. Yeah, exactly. Now let's see how Democrats treat this. Here's J-Pal, or J-Pal, I don't know how to pronounce her name. Listen to how she's going to put words into her's mouth here. And then when her tries to correct her, shut up, it's my time. Classic Democrat tactic.
Charges are warranted in this matter.
Correct.
So this lengthy, expensive, and independent investigation resulted in a complete exoneration of President Joe Biden. For every document you discussed in your report, you found insufficient evidence that the president violated any laws about possession or retention of classified materials. The primary law that you analyzed for potential prosecution was part of the Espionage Act, 18 U.S.C. 793E, which criminalizes willful retention or disclosure of national defense information. Is that correct?
Congresswoman, that is one statute that we analyzed. I need to go back and make sure that I take note of the word that you used, exoneration. That is not a word that
I'm going to continue with my questions.
I'm
going to continue with my questions. I know that the term
I ultimately reached
I know that
whether
the term
sufficient evidence existed such that the likely outcome
you exonerated
would be a conviction.
I know that
did
the
not
term
exonerate him.
willful
That word does not appear in
retention
the
has a
report, Congresswoman.
Mr. Hur, it's my time. Thank you. I know that the term willful retention has a particular legal meaning, and I want to make sure that that meaning is absolutely clear to the American people before we go any further. As you wrote in your report, to prove as a matter of law that the president, quote, willfully retained any documents, you would need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt two elements. First, that the president knowingly retained or disclosed national defense.
Isn't that clever? You exonerated him. No, I didn't. Shut up, it's my time. Then possibly the best thing that happened today, just for the pure schadenfreude of it, was Adam Schiff criticizing her for politically explosive claims in an election cycle. Are you shitting me? This is the guy that went on national television over and over and told us he saw the evidence that Trump illegally colluded with Russia. He saw it. Except it didn't exist. Has he presented it yet? He said it all the time on MSNBC and CNN. He said, I've seen the evidence. I can't tell you about it yet, but I've seen it. Has he shown us? Yeah, Nadler did. There was a Nadler moment. I have that saved somewhere. I could try to bring that up. Where he's like, there's no evidence that Biden lied. And basically her's like, well. Let's see if I can find that. One more for the laughs. This will be the one my computer dies on.
At any point in your investigation, did you have any reason to believe that President Biden lied to you?
I do address in my report one response the president gave to a question that we had posed to him that we deemed to be not credible.
At any point in your investigation, did you have any reason to believe that President Biden...
Yeah, we did. We chose not to charge him for it. If that was Trump, he would have been charged. Guaranteed. What else is there to be said? The double standard is evident. You saw the person in here earlier. Yeah, I think Biden should be charged as well. Well, he's not. Now what? Other things that came out. Her admitted that the White House, the Biden administration, tried to get him to change aspects of his report. And remember when they freaked out when Bill Barr released a summary that was accurate of the Mueller report like a week before he actually released the full transcript of the Mueller report? You remember that? Oh my God, it was the worst thing in the world. It was interfering in an election. How dare they? How dare he do that? Even though a week later he released the transcript that backed up what he was saying. Imagine if the story was Bill Barr reached out to Mueller and said, we don't like this, remove this. We don't like what you're saying about Trump here. Imagine what the headlines would have been. But we're barely even talking about it. I don't know, V-Dub. I'll be happy to talk to Tim Pool. What am I fake outraged about? Why don't you call in and then you could get real outraged at me wrecking you? How about that? What do you say, V-Dub? You seem to be someone who has your mental faculties about you. Yeah, wrecking you, right. You're not like Joe Biden, right? You got your wits about you. I'm fake outraged, right? So clearly you have a lot to say about what we're talking about the Hurt transcript and testimony today, correct? You had a lot to say about it? Sounds like it, right? Oh, fake outrage. I find it hilarious, the Biden supporters, right, that screamed at the sky, Trump's gonna lock up all the Muslims and gay people and he'll abuse the black people and start World War III and blah, blah, blah. And then when you point out the obvious corruption of Biden and the FBI, oh, fake outrage, you're not a Biden supporter. Whatever, you act like one. LOL. All right, we'll see, V-Dub. Pichwa. Yeah, it could be a DeSantis supporter. I don't give a shit. I know this. He ain't calling in. Guaranteed that. That I'm certain of. Thanks, right, left of center. I appreciate it. How have you been? I appreciate it. Good. They should issue phone records of Hunter Biden. Absolutely. Again, I put almost no stock in the polls right now, even if they are accurate right now, which I would be dubious to say that they are. But even if they are, you ain't seen nothing yet. Wait until what this election cycle brings. You'll see. PA, I will guarantee. I'm putting the chance of Trump winning the election at around 5%. I'm putting the chance of Trump winning Pennsylvania at around 1%. Because I am not convinced any amount of popularity of Trump could overcome the ballot harvesting that will occur in this state. Period. And it will be legal ballot harvesting. Zuckerbucks, and yeah, we'll see. Yeah. Hey, I hope I'm wrong. I'll be happy to be wrong. Don't joke around about that, Ben. You'll end up like, what was that guy's name? Mackey that got arrested for the memes. Don't joke. Can't joke in this country. No. Key Lime says, I fail to see why people care about document handling so much. And I know Rob will turn around and say it's not about the document handling, it's about the double standard. Both Biden and Trump should be charged with war crimes, which would be a different type of prison system than the one I advocate for citizens. People don't care about the document crime. I don't care about the handling of documents. That's why I think that probably both Biden and Trump shouldn't have been charged. The problem is people are pretending to care about document crimes to justify trying to interfere in the election and cause Trump to lose. That's the issue. They don't give a shit. Just like they didn't give a shit about kids in cages, just like they don't give a shit about campaign finance charges, just like they didn't give a shit about not questioning the results of the election, just like they didn't give a shit about taking sexual assault allegations seriously when it's Joe Biden, etc. They don't care. They pretend to care. Oh, it's deeply important. I said at the time, it's not that big of a deal. Is it worth raiding the former president's house? It's worth bringing felony charges? Classified documents, something that almost every single politician does? They never gave a shit. If they cared, when they heard that that's what Biden did, they would have said, oh shit. Remember, they were foaming at the mouth. But some of the documents could have had nuclear secrets. Blah, 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 blah. Oh my God, Trump gave away nuclear secrets. Oh, it could be the end of the world. Blah, blah. That's what they were saying. Oh, it was the biggest story in the world. Oh my God, no. And then Biden. Oh, what? There was something about Biden. I missed that. I was too busy dealing with the internet drama. Did you see the streamer drama this week? And then once more stuff. Oh my God, look what Trump did. Oh, this is the most serious. We have to prosecute him. Oh, Biden? Yeah, it was internet drama. Did you see the internet? What did Hassan was fighting with H3 today? Did you see that? Oh man, it was crazy. Yeah, the streamer drama was crazy. That's it. It's not a fucking difficult game to see. They don't give a shit. They didn't even attempt, other than Pisco, who did a terrible attempt at basically justifying the double standard. Not one of the fucking political streamers on the left that I've talked to that said the classified document case was such a big deal. Not one of them have I seen make one fucking tweet prior to today. Now, granted, I wasn't looking at Twitter all that much today. They don't give a shit. Again, when someone's a hypocrite, what does it prove? That they don't give a shit about what they're claiming, but they know you do. I didn't want to see kids in cages. I understand that we don't live in some hippie utopia, and there's no right answer. The best thing to do would be to not incentivize people bringing children across the border. But that's not what our politicians have done. So inevitably, we have children crossing the border. You can't just say, well, we leave everyone across without detaining anyone. If you're an adult with a child, it would be unfair to detain the adult with the child. Therefore, we have to let you both go. Can't do that. You can't detain the adult and tell the kid, good luck, man, you're on your own. So you got to put them in some sort of facility. I would hope that facility is more comfortable than what it looks like. But nonetheless, we have limited amounts of resources and no one gives a shit about doing anything at the border. But it breaks my heart to see kids of any nationality or anything in any sort of discomfort. I don't like that. And that's why that's the attack they used. They didn't say shit when Obama had kids in cages in 2014, 2015. Didn't care. Not a word was breathed. Then when it was Trump, it was, oh boy, human rights abuse. This is horrible. Then when Biden had 4 times more, it was, well, those kids are different. They're different. No, it has nothing to do... although it is true that there is poverty and things like that, the reason that people are coming, poverty existed before the United States, poverty will exist after the United States. The United States has done bad policies in countries, which is why my policy for the United States is to stop intervening in these countries, stop causing harms, but also stop sending aid and trying to be the world police. I'm tired of lefties that advocated for these terrible policies, saying the United States should be the world police going around, then saying, look what the United States did. Now we have to accept illegal immigrations because they're economic migrants and they're seeking asylum. Bullshit. No, not true. The reason these people are coming, the underlying reason might be for economic benefit, but even if their country wasn't in poverty, many would still seek to come here if they feel that there is an economic position that would benefit themselves. I'm sorry, but saying something that is systemic and will never end, which is things like disease, poverty, conflict, etc., is reason to have a porous and open border. Therefore, we can't blame our border policy is absolute dog shit. The way you stop the illegal immigration is securing the border. This hippie shit, but if we just solved world poverty, if we just solved all the problems in every country in the world, then there wouldn't be any problem with illegal immigration. No shit. Great. And if we just made it so no one was ever a criminal, we wouldn't need police. True, I guess. Now, I don't disagree. For example, there are refugees fleeing Syria, in large part because the United States is bombing the government of Syria. Does rule of law matter or not? We don't follow asylum laws. No, if I was president, I would immediately issue an executive order that we would no longer accept any asylum claims at all. Period. Bar none. Zero. Only with special exemptions in incredibly obvious cases would we allow in. We would try to limit that number to, say, under 40 a year. No, I don't. I think we can do better by saying, fuck you, globalist. Borders matter. We're not going to allow a bunch of people that want globalism in Europe tell us that our border has to be porous because people are gaming the asylum laws. The vast majority of people that are coming here are not seeking asylum. They are economic migrants. And it is not my fault that the way to deal with this is to end all asylum claims. It's your fault. It is the fault of the people that told us, we have to accept all these asylum people. We have to. Because they knew they were full of shit. They knew the system was being overran. They knew they were gaming the system, that they were incentivizing people to come here to lie about seeking asylum, to game the system. And because people have done that, the only choice we have now is to say, then no one gets in. Do I think the U.S. will start a war with Mexico? No. I don't think the U.S. will start a war with Mexico. I think if the United States had a policy that we're no longer accepting any asylum whatsoever, once Mexico saw that it was obvious that people would not be getting into the United States, they would say, okay, we're going to protect our southern border too, because you ain't getting in there. Out. That's what Mexico would do. Mexico right now is like, sure, if you're just coming through, fine, go for it. But they would not accept these people. Would Trump start airstrikes at cartels? That's a war starter. I don't know. Probably not. What if he worked with the government of Mexico to strike cartels? I don't know. I'm not going to listen. There are things, Trump bombed Syria, I thought it was terrible, right? But I'm not going to listen. When the alternative is dragging us closer to World War III every day, I really don't give a shit. I care more about the situation in Mexico than I do about the situation in Ukraine, because the situation in Mexico is directly leading to the decline of my country. So, I don't know. We'll see if he got into office. If he just decided through no communications with the Mexican government whatsoever to say, fuck it, let's drop bombs on Mexico. Yeah, I'm sure it would probably be a problem. I'm sure I wouldn't be a fan of that. And so, whatever. Is Trump trying to throw me in jail? Is Trump trying to fucking censor my political opinions? Is Trump working with the FBI to basically entrench corruption in this country to ensure that their needs are met instead of the average people? I don't see it like that, so I'll take Trump over them. Does that mean I won't criticize Trump if he does terrible things? No, I'll criticize Trump if he does terrible things. But I wish more people had that same sort of energy when it came to dropping bombs in Syria, or dropping bombs in Yemen, or dropping bombs in Libya, and all the shit that the Democrats did. And you might say, but I was one of those people. I was one of these hippie lefties that were upset. Thank you. I'm glad you're one of those people. Your party, the left-wing party, is more authoritarian than the right could ever imagine being. Right, so the cartels get 70% of their weapons smuggled from us, and poverty and addiction increases demands for defense. No, your poverty and addiction thing means dick all to me. I don't give it. Let me be clear. I feel bad for people in poverty around the world. I feel bad for people with addictions around the world. I absolutely do. You will know your bleeding heart bullshit has zero effect on me. None whatsoever. Let me make this as clear as possible to you. I just want to make that. I am unpersuaded about any fucking argument you have about why our border needs to be open, because people that I criticize all the time, like our FBI and CIA, has issued bad policies in the past. Fuck you. Fuck you. Is that clear? Fuck you. No. That sort of emotional blackmail no longer works on me. Fuck you. Fuck off. If you feel bad about it, take your wealth and go down to where the cartels are and start helping poor people. You have no fucking right to say that this country's border needs to be open until we somehow economically benefit people around the world. Fuck off. That's it. End of fucking argument. It's not their fault. We have to... Fuck you. No one's stopping you. I just saw Brett Weinstein go to the Darien Gap. Go! Take your wealth. So you're on a computer or phone right now. Sell the fucking thing. Go down and help as many as you can. See you later. Have fun. No, I'm not going to smoke a bowl. That wouldn't help. It's not that I'm mad. I'm being a little histrionic. But it's that I'm so tired of this bullshit. Hey, man. And smoke a bowl is right on brand. Hey, man, here's the problem, man. It's how could anyone, own something, man? Everything's, all of ours. And what happens, man, is, in the United States, we have stuff. Man, if I want to get a buzz smoking a bowl, man, it's I just rip a fucking fat bowl and it's put on my fish CD. I still like CDs. I don't really use MP3s or whatever. So I just put on my fish CD and it's smoke a bowl, man. And I'm whoa, what is a house but just walls, man? And it's you can't own a wall. You can't own a yard, man. The yard is everyone's. So these people, they want to come and they want to crash on the yard, man. And it's you don't own a yard. The yard owns you, man. And so until we make it so everyone can come on anyone's yard or anyone's house they want, man, then we can't, you can't talk about border. What's a border, man? What's a border? It's just a line on the map. Yeah, man, there's sick people, man, who are you, man? You have stuff and you want stuff, but there's sick kids out there and you just don't care. All these sick kids, you just don't care, man. You need to smoke a bowl and realize, man, we gotta help all the sick kids. You can't own things, man, you and your possessions, man. Come on, we can't, it's, totally immoral to, enforce borders. That's, crazy. It's our fault that everyone's poor. Everywhere people are poor, and it's our fault, man. It's your fault. So you, shouldn't be allowed to, your door, you probably have, locks on your door. You shouldn't even have a door, let alone a lock. You don't own property. Anyone who wants to come in should, totally own it, right? It's totally cool. Yeah, right? You fucking idiots. Trixie doesn't like the straw man. Okay. Go ahead, Trixie. Elle, is this your position? Instead of focusing on securing the border, instead, the United States needs to economically help countries around the world to eradicate poverty. The way to fight illegal immigration is with the eradication of poverty. And because the choices that the U.S. government has made, we should not be advocating for securing our border, because that would be immoral, because it is the fault of the United States government that people are impoverished around the world and therefore have no choice but to flee here. Is that your argument? Right. We need open borders. Sure. That's the argument. I'm unpersuaded, to say the least. I can't tell you how many times I saw this shit in college. I used to hang out with a bunch of art students. It was the funniest shit I've ever seen. I remember a friend of mine wrote a paper and then was presenting it in front of this like group. And I went to hear him present it. He did very good, by the way. But some of the other papers were dealing with political themes, and there's this room of people, and everyone's like super hippies. And I can't remember what the exact topic was, but it had something to do with like foreign countries and struggling, and it was the most comical thing I had seen in a long, long time. And I'm there with my now wife. She was my girlfriend at the time, and she's begging me not to speak, which I did speak. And like someone's like, you know what the problem is, man? You know what the problem is? It's like we just need to sit both sides down. That's the problem. You know, like Israel, Palestine, what we need is if we could just sit around. And then someone else stands up and is like, you know what we used to do when our roommates would fight? We'd have a drum circle, you know? And when you sit down, I'm not lying to you, this shit was said. And I'm sitting back there with my wife like, what the fuck is going on? Finally, I just stood up and was like, this is the most ridiculous conversation I've ever been part of. You will literally change nothing. Nothing at all. You are saying this stuff because you are performing and you think that it makes you look good, but you're unwilling to make the personal sacrifices that would be necessary to live through the life that you're suggesting. You're saying things that you know won't be achieved, and the people in positions of leadership are more than happy to hear you talk like that because they know there's no shot of you doing these things. Utopian calls for ending poverty and ending crime and ending drug addiction and things like that are complete bullshit, and everyone knows it. And when you say that those things are a precursor to actually having policies that could actually deal with these problems, what you've effectively done is ceded the argument to the people that are going to act politically. And so Elle, whether she realizes it or not, by advocating for we shouldn't try to control the border, we should instead alleviate poverty around the world, the very people that she or he would blame for creating this poverty, such as our CIA and their drug running and things like that, are the people that most benefit. They end up with the exact policy prescriptions that they want, based on Elle's rhetoric. You can't enforce the border until we end poverty. CIA says, thank you. Yes, totally agree. Now we're going to keep fucking shit up. Thanks, Elle. All right, let's end it there. Hippie Rob. Not as cool as trans-positive Rob, but still. I just want better, like, hey, man, like, think about the future, man. If we just smoke a bowl, it's like, how can we solve poverty around the world, man? That's what I want, like, long-term future, man. We're better handled to solve shit because, like, poverty's eliminated, man. You're right. Hey, great idea, you know. There used to be this place called Nelson Ledges that Fish used to play at. It's kind of near me. Not really near me, but my friends used to go all the time. Head there. They'll love. Let me tell you all a story, right? I went to this place. I used to have friends that were in bands and shit. And so there was in a town near me. It's only about 20 minutes away. There was this dude that owns this farm. And he converted it into basically a band stage. And so bands would come. And he, once a year, would have this big music festival called Farm Jam. And me and my friends would show up and get absolutely blitz drunk. We were fucking alcoholics at the time. Well, I was. I can't speak for my friend. I was an alcoholic, right? And there were several groups of people that would be there. Most of the bands, though, were bands you've never heard of, but they were considered like jam bands. So, I'm trying to think. Karmic Juggernaut was a band. Jazam was a band that was there. I don't know. It would probably be bands that no one had ever heard of but me. And my friend Will Northey, he had a band called the Keep It Downs. They would play there every year. It was kind of his home turf, right? So anyways, it was like a 2-day festival, and it's this big farm, and it's on this hill. Then they'd have this big bonfire at night. But a lot of the people there were like super hippies, right? Like just complete and total hippies. You know, and they would do shit like, you know, hey man, at 8 a.m. we're going to do yoga, man. If everyone wants to come down here and get in a circle, we're going to do some yoga, you know, things like that. And like, we're trying to like, you know, have some exchanges. There's some people that made some bead necklaces. And if you have anything you'd like to exchange, like, we're really not trying to have money, blah, blah, blah. Like shit like that. Okay. So anyways, the second year I think that I was there, we're way up at the top of the hill. And so we come the first night and we get absolutely fucking smashed, shit-faced. So the next morning you're waking up hungover, you're crawling out of your tent, and a good friend of mine who's as much of a maniac as me, we're still drunk. We're not even hungover yet. We're still drunk. It's like 7:30, hair of the dog, we start drinking. This dude comes up. And he's like, I'm not even, my fake hippie voice there is modeled after this guy. Like, that's how he sounds. He's like, hey guys, just want to let you know, like, they're making breakfast down there. They're asking for donations. They're recommended about $10 because it's going to a good cause. But, like, they're really recommended. But if you don't have any money, man, they'll provide for you. It's just great to have vibes here, man. Like, the vibes that are here, they're just fantastic. Blah, blah. And he's just going on and on. And the guy's a big bullshitter, too, because he starts talking about Burning Man. And he's like, hey, man, have you been to this festival? Like, in the winter, they have, it's called Frostburn. You would love Frostburn, man. It's like the winter version of Burning Man. And he's talking to my group of friends. And we're all, like, drunk, but kind of, like, snickering. But we're being polite. Like, no one's yelling at the guy. He keeps going on with the spiel for, like, 5 minutes. Finally, he makes eye contact with me specifically. And he goes, yeah, man, you should go to Frostburn. They have this tent. They call it the Tent of Vaginas. And, like, what it is, man, is, like, you walk in to, like, this space. And then when you get in, it's like you're being birthed. And they got all these, like, pink sheets. And they just get closer and closer to you until they're totally surrounding you. And then you come out at the other end. And when you come out, there's a bunch of people there that hug you. You would love it. And I just dead stop looked at that guy and was like, what the fuck about me makes you think I would love that? And he's just like, huh? I was like, please tell me. You looked across the field, you saw me, like, beer bonging a beer, and you were like, hey, you know what that guy would love? That sounds like the most miserable fucking shit I've ever heard. And the guy's like, geez, man, and just walked away. True story. That's the fucking hippies. Just, they're tolerable. They were around. I was like, hey, how's it going, hippie? And I'm not going to say I didn't do drugs and shit. I did. But, my God. Like, you're just like, oh, be gone. Get out of here. True story. Sidebar to that story, there was a group of these three guys that were filming a documentary. And they spent a lot of time filming me and my group of friends. At one point in the morning, I told them, and this is also true, my mom and dad were showing up. And I was like, yeah, I'll introduce you to my mom and dad. By the time my mom and dad showed up at like 4 PM, I was literally passed out in the field. So they got footage of my dad like making fun of me, passed out in this field. McBacon Love's probably the only guy that never did drugs. Yeah, when I say, I was never a big weed fan though, I'll tell you that. But I would be a liar if I said I didn't smoke weed and do a significant amount of other drugs. I wasn't a big druggie though. Booze was my drug. Never got into pills. I did uppers, certainly. I did a lot of hallucinogens. Acid, mushrooms. I don't know if a lot's there. It wasn't a weekly thing for me. It was like maybe a once every 2 or 3 months for a 4-year stretch. Didn't like the pills. Didn't like painkillers at all. Never made sense to me. But it is what it is. You know, I'm not proud of it. To be honest with you, I'm more ashamed of my alcohol use in most regards because the alcohol was so bad. Like, just getting blackout drunk, like, fucking stupid. Making an asshole. I never did any, like, I was a good drunk. I wasn't violent. But you just, I remember, I missed times of, like, hanging out with my friends and having fun. But then you have to really think about, like, one of the worst feelings in the world is waking up and knowing you pissed someone off. And then gradually all day, you're like, hey, what's up? We were hanging out last night. Yeah. Good seeing you. And then all day you're going through and you're like, maybe I didn't piss someone off. But you have that feeling in your gut. And then all of a sudden you run into that one friend like, what the fuck are you talking to me for? After what you said last night. It's like, oh, shit. Yeah. But it is what it is. I don't feel I'm hypocritical, though, because I'm basically for very restricted penalties on most drug use. Maybe repeat offenders and people that do things. Maybe enhanced penalties for committing crimes while you're on drug is the way to go. But I've never been one to try to bring the hammer down. I'm not like Kamala Harris that'll arrest a bunch of people for weed and then claim it's no big deal, you know? Yeah, it was shit like that. I was never accused. Like, I'm not going to say I was never in a drunken fight, but I think I was widely known as being a really fun drunk. So when I say I was like, regret shit I did drunk, it's not like that. And I was partially due to low self-esteem, but also probably even more than that. I really like socializing with people. All right, I'll answer Keylime's question. Go ahead and ask it, Keylime. I would just be annoying to people. I would argue with people. Like, I remember one time I went to this Sounds of the Underground concert, and there were people from PETA there, and they were having people sign, like, petitions to end... It was supposedly to end animal cruelty, but when you read the petition, it said all kinds of shit, like ending people owning pets and stuff like that. Who decides the criteria for who qualifies as an asylum seeker, and what would my definition be? This criteria should be decided by the country itself. So our country has the right to determine who is allowed in this country or not. So if they're going to have special exemptions for special classes of people, the country itself should be the one who gets to determine what those definitions are. What would my definition of asylum be? Well, my definition of asylum would be irrelevant, largely, one, because I would not accept anyone seeking asylum. So it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't be a category. That's like saying, what would your definition of a hate crime be? Well, I don't believe there should be hate crimes. So therefore, it's irrelevant what my definition in the system would be. But if I had to say right now how it should be interpreted, I would say that asylum should be something to the effect of people that have imminent physical danger to their existence by remaining in their current country, that get to the first country where they are safe from that. You are no longer an asylum if you pass through a country where you're no longer in that imminent threat. You are then an economic migrant. So, in that way, if someone from Canada is being persecuted by their government who is trying to execute them, and they sought asylum in the United States, I would potentially say yes. But if someone in Ecuador was being persecuted by their country and was going to be executed, and they went through umpteen countries to get here, I would say no. You are not in that danger in Mexico or in the other countries that you came through, so you are not welcome here. You are an economic migrant, not an asylum seeker. That would be my definition. These are not asylum seekers, they are economic migrants. Yes, even in a Holocaust event, the United States should not accept one asylum seeker. That is exactly what I'm telling you. You will give an absurd hypothetical. Let me give you a retort to why that would be my answer. Because the good nature of the people in the United States that would be willing to help people in extenuating circumstances in a limited capacity has been ran through. Because of our good nature, we have been taken advantage of, and corporate interest and government interests that see economic and political benefits into swamping our system, to erode national boundaries, to achieve a globalist system that will be worse for everyone, have exploited that good nature. So because of those people that have exploited that good nature, we can no longer have that good nature, because if we continue to have it, it will literally lead to the end of the country as we see it. For example, if I say, you know what I'm going to do? Every week I'm going to give $20 worth of groceries to someone in need. And repeatedly what we see is that money is going to people that are greedy, that are then not only not needing or deserving of that money, but then exploiting other people, other good people, and people that are my friends and neighbors. I would say, you know what, I'm done giving this money. And Key Lime might say, but Rob, this guy really needs it, and I'll vouch for him. He's really a good guy. I know they took advantage of you every week for the past 10 years, but this one guy really needs the money. I would say, I'm sorry, Key Lime. They've ruined it for everyone, because if I start giving it to him, then there'll be another person, but this person, and then we're right back into the same situation. So no, in your hypothetical absurd situation where there is a Holocaust that occurs again in Europe, no, the United States should not accept those people as asylum seekers. I'm sorry, but the people that committed that Holocaust were probably on the same side of the very leaders of our countries in Europe that are sort of occurring the erosion of national boundaries in the first place. That's the answer. It wasn't as much of a mistake to take people the first time because the system wasn't being exploited as it is now. But once the exploitation happens and we're at a point of no return, you can no longer say, because the exception becomes the rule, right? And Keelan, I know you are exact, I think we've had discussions, you are exactly the type of person that proves the point. It will never not be enough, ever. If we just take 100 million asylum seekers, that would be it. That would be enough to change the world. Oh, okay. Well, this is number 100 million, so put the gates up. Now, wait. We can't keep these handful of people out that are already here. Okay, I guess we'll bring... Wait. There are people right behind them. We can't keep them out. Okay, I get... Wait. There's a caravan coming right now from South America. We can't keep them out. And then what happens is, inevitably, once we erode national borders and they get a compliant cultural civilization that doesn't have a national identity, then the corporations and the globalists that want to erode national identity will be able to achieve that. And then it will become a shithole for everyone, including the people that came here legally and illegally prior to that. So the answer is no. Sorry, go home. And the people that have a big heart, that have a problem with that, should have been speaking up about the exploitation of the asylum system for years. But you didn't. You said, no, leave them in. Now you'll gnash your teeth and you'll fucking cry if someone like me ever made it into a position of power and said, yeah, this shit's done. No, that's not fair. Tough shit. You had your chance to speak up. You didn't. And if you did, you weren't successful. So sorry, end of story. I continue to feel terrible for those people. I feel terrible that they're incentivized to come here and so many of them are raped on the way. Again, watch Brett Weinstein's interview with Tucker Carlson where he talks about crossing the Darien Gap and how insane it is. I do feel terrible. I absolutely do. I'm not some fucking monster like these lefties that are hypocrites. I don't want to see anyone across the world. I remember I went through this phase when I was an alcoholic of just being completely morose for like a month and a half because I could not get it out of my head why I deserved to have fun and enjoy my life when there are people legitimately around the world that don't have meals. And I still think about it from time to time. Like, who am I? How do I get the best wife in the world? How do I get a son that's the greatest? Relatively healthy. Why the fuck do I deserve that? It's difficult. You drive yourself crazy thinking of it. But ultimately what you realize is, what should I do? Punish myself? How's that help anything? You know, and I think having a family's helped me in that regard because before I had a family, before I had a wife or before I had a kid, I would see things. I would see, you know, a kid struggling in a family or, you know, parents struggling or just a husband and wife or a friend struggling. And you'd think like, geez, what can I do? Like, this is crazy. But then once you realize, like, you have to look out for yourself. You have to look out for your family. You have to look out for your loved ones. You're no good to any... You know, it's like the old cliche, like, on the airplane that they always tell you, like, you have to make sure you're safe first. You're not helping anyone if you can't ensure your own safety first. And so you have to... You know, you have to look out for our country first. It's not it's not up to me to say that your tax dollars should be taken from you and sent around the world, or that your neighborhood needs to house illegals because of my big heart. That's not right. If my big heart decides that I want to help people around the world, then I could do that. Nothing's stopping me. But it's not my place to force you or anyone else. The agreement we have in this country is our government is the representation of our people. And you might not like it, and you might think that taxation is theft and all of this stuff. You're probably right. But that's the agreement. The agreement isn't to send all of that wealth to people around the world because it's been caused by the very people in our country that have fucked us over, the average people. And oh, by the way, they want those open borders and these people anyways. So they get the benefit of getting wealthy and getting all the things they want, creating the havoc around the world, and then using the havoc they created as an excuse to tell you that you need to sacrifice more. Bullshit. That's what I'm saying. My policy is I have no control. This is why, by the way, on the Gaza situation, I have sympathy for the people in Gaza. For those that... Now, I understand if you're to believe the polling, which I generally do on this question. My guess is Hamas is probably pretty popular by the people in Gaza. They would have reasons to think that, right? They are also propagandized too. And some of the propaganda is true. There is hostilities from Israel to people in Gaza. And regardless of how much you support Israel, you cannot deny the fact that there have certainly been heinous actions that have taken, if not as official policy by the Israeli government, but by people operating within it, like IDF soldiers or something like that. And so if you knew someone that was shot by an IDF soldier, even if you didn't know the full context and maybe it wasn't that illegitimate, you're going to be predisposed to not liking them. And you're probably going to support the groups that you feel are fighting back against them or fighting for you. That's the situation. However, how much control do you think the average person in Gaza has over the governing decisions? Probably a similar amount to I have control over my country's government decisions. So, for example, you could look at a potential war crime such as the invasion of Iraq or Libya or insert any other place. Does that mean that I deserve to be indiscriminately bombed because my government that I've argued against did those things? I don't think so. So my advocacy isn't that we have to pay the price because of things that our government leaders have done. My advocacy is let's stop these government leaders doing terrible shit. And I've had this exact debate. There was a guy, his name was, I believe he used the pseudonym The Black Libertarian. And I was on a panel with him. And largely talking about COVID. And we ended up talking about illegal immigration and how the United States owes reparations, not just to black people and Indians in this country, but to populations around the world. Owes these reparations. And because of the actions that have been taken. And I said, how much? Like, ballpark figure. And he wouldn't give me an answer. I was like, well, do you think... He was citing specific things. Drug cartels, similar to how Al's doing here. But then I was like, well, let's take it further. Do you think climate change is a serious issue? Yes. And do you think the United States has been greedy and largely responsible for it? Absolutely. So do we owe reparations for people for climate change? Absolutely. So I was like, what are we talking? 5 trillion? 10 trillion? Maybe more, he says. I said, how are we going to pay for it? Does anyone remember what he said? That's right. After Chuck remembers. I said, how are we going to pay for this? He said, just print it. Just print it. 10 trillion, 20 trillion, whatever. Fuck it. Print it. Send it. That's right. It'll never be enough. Ever. These people are unhappy, and so they want you to be unhappy. That's what the lefty communist is. They're not happy with your happiness. Again, I go back. I don't consume much media from Jordan Peterson anymore. I don't. But I really liked a lot of the older stuff he said. And one of the things he talked about was George Orwell writing the book, The Road to Wigan Pier. And basically, I think they called it serials. I've told this story before, but We'll try to do it fast. They called them serials. Basically, I think that was the name for it. What they would do is they would come out with books like in a magazine or a newspaper, like one chapter at a time. Tune in next week for the next chapter. And that's how this goes. So all these socialists in England paid Orwell to go to this place, or put him up to going to this place, Wigan Pier. And the first half of the book apparently is just him talking about how horrible this mining group is. This community, it's brutal. The women don't have teeth. They intentionally pull them out because they're so bad and painful, and there's no dental care, and they have to walk. Everyone's hunched over because they have to work these 8-hour shifts in these mines, but it takes them like 2 hours walking in and 2 hours walking out, and then they work 8 hours on top of that, and they only have they have to walk through the snow and shit to get to like the one outhouse for like 30 homes. It's just fucking brutal, and the socialists are eating this shit up. Yeah, workers' rights, blah blah blah. And then Orwell apparently spends the second half of the book criticizing the socialists, because he's like, basically the argument he makes is, it's not that the socialists give a shit about these people. They don't care. They don't care at all. They're just pretending to give a shit, because the real group that the socialists care about are the happy, wealthy people. See, so it goes socialists, or the happy, wealthy people, and then the socialists, and then the workers. They're down here. And so the socialists realize, well, by taking up the cause of them, we can knock these people down a peg or two. So it's not about giving a shit about these poor people. It's about how can we use this to benefit ourselves. We're not happy that you're happy. Bernie is certainly at this point, whatever he once was, Bernie is completely sold out. Bernie's argument is being wealthy is immoral. And you say, okay, Bernie, how much money makes you wealthy? And Bernie's answer is $1 more than I have. Now I will return to my third lake house, my modest third lake house, as I am a multimillionaire. Yeah, good job, Bern. You did it, buddy. It's just, that's the truth. You can see it. Like, and again, I'm not making an all-inclusive statement. I'm just saying, on average, or more than average, what we see. How many left-wing streamers or left-wing pundits do you see that look like they're absolutely, particularly the more fucking socialists, that look like they're absolutely miserable? Absolutely miserable. I remember, oh gosh, I don't know if it was socialism done left. I could be wrong. But it was around the time that I was on a panel with him. Maybe it was him, maybe not. But I remember talking about the state of the world. And I said, look, I have a lot of complaints about the direction our country's going. But if we take a step back, we are incredibly lucky to be born in this era, in this country. Because the vast majority of human history has been much, much more difficult than being alive today in this country. And this person told me with a straight face, no, it couldn't get any worse. This is as bad as it's ever been. And they were dead serious. Dead fucking serious. How do you have a conversation with someone that's that out of reality? And they don't give a shit. They're miserable. So you should be miserable. That's how they feel. Well, I agree. I'm passionate about issues. I come on here. It's cathartic to me. I come on and talk about issues I think are very important. I make sure that I have an ethical responsibility to not just be a doomer and tell people to lose all hope. I think hopefully my message is a positive one, that no matter how bad things get politically, at the end of the day, your personal life, your loved ones, your relationship with God, or even if you're not religious, your relationship with yourself, you taking actions that you're comfortable with, that fit into your moral framework, trying to do your best to be a good person, trying to help the people around you, your family, your society, your loved ones. Those are the things that are the most important. 100 years from now, we're all in the ground dead. No one's going to remember shit. Maybe they'll go back some of the shit. If those of us that are streaming online, they'll, cut something we said into a meme. That'll be the best we're remembered. That's true. So it's not worth getting doomered about. It's optimistic. You try your best. You advocate passionately for the things you agree with. And then you say, I'm not going to beat myself up. It's not fair to my family. It's not fair to my loved ones if I beat myself up over it. You know? You don't get to the point where you say, all these people. And again, it's so funny because make no mistake about it. I think I've been one of the most passionate advocates for January 6th being blown out of proportion and being used to usher in an authoritarianism to censor and go after political opposition. That's what January 6th was. I stand by it. I argue it, I think, articulately all the time. However, I'm not going to bullshit you. Immediately following January 6th, there were people coming into my channel, into my show, saying shit like, well, the Tree of Liberty needs to be refreshed by the blood of tyrants. Some of the people that have watched my show for a while will acknowledge this. This happened. And I excoriated those people. You get so drummed up about this shit. What about your family? What about them? Yeah, you think, I think they learned their lesson all right. And the lesson's not what you think it is. Violence is not the moral. There is no political situation in this country remotely requiring violence at this point. Now, I understand that people will quibble with that because you're like, well, isn't state enforcement of laws an act of violence in itself? Okay, I mean individual civilian violence is what I'm talking about. Self-defense doesn't count. I don't consider that an act of violence. And if I can't convince you of the moral efficacy of that, then let me convince you of the practical efficacy of that. Particularly if you're someone who's critical of our establishment institutions, if you engage in any violence, you will not only lose, you will be imprisoned, your life will be ruined, and you have 0% chance of winning. The most effective strategy at this point is to try to get a coalition of people to change our culture and our politics in a positive way. That battle is not fought through fist and through bats or knives or guns. That battle is going to be fought through information. That's true, Turd. The left feels morally justified in using violence quite frequently. I want to make sure that the right doesn't make that mistake as well. But it doesn't matter. I say this repeatedly. What would it matter? Let's say the following happens. Let's say I go on Tim Pool's show and it propels me into getting a bigger audience. Now all of a sudden I'm live streaming to 500 people. Holy shit. And let's say after 5 or 6 years of that and all of a sudden my audience is growing, maybe I get a Pennsylvania radio show. Maybe that happens. Then I start to get a name for myself. And then I'm approached by some people that are like, we want to help you run for Congress again. And this time you have a serious shot of winning. You got a voice, you got a serious shot. And let's say I run and I win. Now I'm a Congress member. And let's say I'm in there and I'm really a thorn in the side of the establishment. It's a Republican president and they're like, we need to bomb Syria again. I'm like, fuck that, no. And I'm criticizing them. They're like, shh, you can't do that. I'm like, no, bullshit. No, wrong. And we need to have this act to censor disinformation. No. And all of a sudden I'm making heyday. I'm doing all right. And I'm like, we're going to have this rally. And I want you to come. And it's for freedom and free speech and stopping these foreign wars and blah, blah, blah. Ron Paul-esque rally. And a bunch of people show up to it. And let's say some people get violent there. Maybe legitimately, maybe they're set up. Whatever, doesn't matter. Now you all might be able to point to years and years and years and years of me on stream, going back when I started in I think 2017, and say, Rob always vehemently condemned political violence on any side. You think that would matter for a fucking second? You think it would matter? They'd say, when Rob was condemning political violence, what he really meant was to go engage in it. That's what they would say. You see, he was just coding his language to his people. That's what they would say. You fucking know it. Everyone here knows that. It wouldn't matter. I'll let you be the judge of my sincerity. Have I ever once even remotely slipped up and advocated for political violence? Nope. I was probably one of the first streamers in the country to do a video about violence on January 6th because it was the due date of my son when he was supposed to be born. and I was nervous as shit, and I was reading this, and my wife sent me out to get groceries, and so on the drive there, I'm doing a video. Like, what the fuck are we doing? No, we're not the left. Don't get violent. But that's how I would be remembered. And they would throw my ass in jail if they felt it necessary. And that would be it. The narrative would be, oh, well, yeah, I guess. Rob is a dangerous guy. He must have been dog whistling. That's what the government said. That's it. That's how simple it would be. And then I sell out to Big Pharma, yeah. You know, I always say, on a side note of this, I always say, I'm not surprised that people sell out. I'm surprised for how little. That's what shocks me. You know, this comedian I like, Doug Stanhope, he used to do a lot of conspiracy theory shit. Big libertarian at one point. I don't know if he still is. But he would do this conspiracy theory stuff, 9/11 and what have. And he's like, in his one special, he's like, you know, I complain about the government and I say all this shit. But if they ever called me and were like, Mr. Stanhope, we want you on our team. He's like, I'd put my best suit and tie on. There's some truth to that, right? I mean... Oh, please, El. Don't even start. What Trump did during that election. Talk about fraud during and after the election. What the fuck? The Democrats never conceded the 2016 election. You could say they did. They said the words. But let me ask you this, Al. Let's start with this. What do you think had more of an effect on the incoming administration? The actions that a handful of angry people took on January 6th? Or the entire intel community waging war against Trump, constantly investigating, spying on him in illegal ways, leaking that to the press, stymieing his administration for 4 years, and now going back to the well and doing it again? What do you think had more of an effect? No, Hillary said the words. She didn't concede. If she conceded, she would have said, hey, we made this entire Russiagate shit up. The FBI doesn't need to keep up with the ruse anymore. That would have been conceding. Saying, all right, I'll say the words that I'm conceding, but we're going to continue to attack Trump in every way possible to ensure that he can't achieve his agenda by making up this bogus shit and encouraging the FBI to use this bogus shit to spy on him. It's horseshit. We had articles in 2020 saying Democrats were going, remember the Time magazine article? A shadowy cabal fortifying the election. Remember one of the things it said? They had legal teams and protesters lined up election night in case Democrats lost, to challenge in every way possible and protesters to take to the street. They were not going to accept the results of the 2020 election, just like they didn't accept the results of the 2016 election. The humorous thing is, someone like L, hey man, like L, open borders man, let's just eradicate poverty. L will have you believe this. A group of people saying, hey, yeah, you're right, I lost the election, then criminally interfering and using powerful institutions like the FBI to constantly sabotage their opponent. That's accepting the results. But not doing anything criminal and not interfering with the incoming administration and just saying, I don't believe I lost. That is refusing to accept. That's a big deal. That's what they want you to believe. News for you, the 2020 election was stolen. It most likely was probably stolen with the help of actual fraud that occurred at the ballot box. But I can't prove that. We'll see if we ever get around to looking at the investigation in a credible way. So let's put that tabled to the side and say we won't evaluate that. And absolutely was stolen by massively changing under false pretenses the way we vote, and things like ballot harvesting that were designed to disenfranchise the people that traditionally vote. Some of those laws, like the one in Pennsylvania, was at one point ruled unconstitutional to the Pennsylvania Constitution. But even more importantly than that, it was stolen by the flow of the control of the narrative and information. By a combination of the entertainment industry, academia, corporate America, the social media companies, the mainstream media, and the intel community, putting their thumb on a scale in a massive way, controlling the algorithm, censoring stories that were critical of their candidate, promoting stories that they knew were untruthful of the candidate that they wanted, in an election that was decided by 40,000 people. Professor Robert Epstein did research that said the manipulation of Google's algorithm alone was probably able to swing as many as 16 million votes. And what people like L would have you believe is all of that's okay. Now, it's funny because I bet you L, just knowing the hippie nature that he or she is showing, probably was one of those people that used to sit around a campfire and say shit like this. Hey, man, you know what we gotta do? Get rid of, like, Citizens United. Hey, man, you know Citizens United? Yeah, we need to get money out of politics, man. Citizens United. Well, let's do a little exercise here. Why is money in politics a bad thing? Well, the implication would be that people that have that money would be able to have undue influence and basically get people they wanted elected because they would be able to use that money to encourage favors that would be brought forth to them, and the people that are getting that money in return, the politician, would use that money for advertising, getting their name and message out there, which would ensure they have a better chance of winning. In other words, even an unpopular candidate that spends millions and millions of dollars on an election is likely to beat someone who has a message that the average person would like way more because that message isn't getting out there because they don't have the money to ensure that that message makes it into the ether. That's what the problem with money in politics. Now, the very people that were Democrats that used to just say the words Citizen United, they couldn't tell you exactly what it was. They just knew it was bad, money in politics, bad, blah, blah, blah. Now they say that it's not stolen election whatsoever when we actually have almost every single institution that controls the flow of information where people have political discourse putting their finger on the scale, advocating for one side via the other, such as Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook and all the censorship they did of conservative causes, also spending millions upon millions of bucks to ensure election security, particularly in deep cities where Democrats were winning overwhelmingly. Or the fact that we saw the FBI weighing in and former FBI people weighing in, and stories that ended up being true and critical of Joe Biden were false to the point where they actually censored America's oldest newspaper and banned people from having that discussions on places online, remove their... Or the manipulations of the algorithms, which is where most people are going to be able to see their information through places like YouTube or through searches on places like Google. That manipulation of the algorithms steering things in the direction they want. And again, we're talking about an election that was decided by 40,000 people. But the very people that used to complain about money in politics, remember, the reason that money is effective is because the money enables you to get the message out. Have no problem with a bunch of evil corporations working in tandem with the government to all go in the same direction and manipulate search results, messaging, etc. for the candidate of their choice. But L doesn't give a shit. He lost, take the L. And I'll bet L didn't say shit about Democrats refusing to concede that Hillary still says the election was stolen. But because the next day she said the words, okay, I concede, and then conceded with the Russia collusion hoax, okay with it. Yeah, I know. Wisconsin said ballot boxes were illegal. Pennsylvania Supreme Court said, or I'm not Supreme, Superior Court, I believe in Pennsylvania, said that the mail-in ballots were illegal to the Pennsylvania Constitution. We still have constant shenanigans that are going on in Georgia, 140-something ballots that they didn't make images for, that they don't have the chain of custody for. L is just... Remember that sticker guy earlier? You're starting to see a pattern? In all honesty, let me tell you. Sticker, whatever his name was earlier, says, I agree, Biden's bad, he should be in jail. Trump's bad, he should be in jail. But it's clear from the context of the things he's saying, what he really means is, I hate Trump. The same is true of Elle. That's the same. She comes in, it's like, war criminals, like, the cartels, the IRA. Like, presumably, one of the things she's talking about is our intel agencies purposely causing things like drug addiction, allowing drugs to come across the border, which enrich the cartels, which make these countries... That's the intel agent. The same intel agencies that attacked Donald Trump. She don't care. That's different. Intel agencies bad, drug cartels. Intel agencies good, going after Donald Trump. Now, what Elle will say, I'm assuming it's a girl, but I could be wrong. What Elle will say here before he or she types it, let me tell you, they'll say, no, I didn't support the intel agencies going after Donald Trump, but it is clear based on the context of things she's saying, she quite simply, or he, has TDS. That's all it is. I will guarantee, and they'll deny, I know they all do, they'll deny, but you could tell it's evident by the things they talk about. The truth is, more than any other political value they have, they hate Trump. That's it. And they probably don't. Elle probably doesn't really like the CIA and the actions they've taken. Probably don't like that. Probably doesn't really like the intel community. But they'll be willing to defend them if they're going after the orange man. That's all that matters. Orange man bad. That's it. It's very simple. It's incredibly simple. And it's, again, it's one thing when you see just like someone like Destiny, right? Destiny's basically a left-wing institutionalist. He'll defend the institutions, right? He says institutions good. Yeah, maybe there'll be some corruption limit, blah, blah, blah. They're good. We need to defend institutions. They're good. Fuck Trump. He's upsetting that. Fuck him. I understand that. That's coherence. I get that, right? I disagree, but it's coherent. But people like L and people like Stickers earlier that are like, yeah, they're corrupt. Stickers says Biden's corrupt. He should be in jail. Trump's corrupt. He should be in jail. And you're like, okay, well, you don't have a problem with the FBI only going after Trump and not Biden? Yeah, I guess that's bad. But Trump! People like L, oh man, L thinks that because of the actions of our government and groups like, these institutions that have controlled our governments, basically the uniparty, old school Republicans and Democrats and the intel agencies and our military, that we've created the conditions that have caused the migrant influx. So much so that we do not have the right to secure our border. We now have to let these people in because of the heinous actions that these government institutions have taken. But Trump bad. And L gives the game up. Exactly. Those of you that followed my channel, what do I say they'll always default to at the end? I don't care, get Biden then. Right, exactly. Exactly. Because it's not about Biden, it's about Orange Man bad. Yeah, take Trump, take Biden too, I don't care. You don't believe the ends justify the means. What do you have to say about the corrupt institutions? Take, like the FBI. Take the FBI and Russiagate. Do you speak up? Can you show me any posts you made? Are you going to speak up now? Do you think that was stealing an election? Has, in the history of this country, the FBI ever got FISA warrants to spy on a president of the United States prior to Donald Trump? That's what they did, illegally. It became the biggest issue in the country for 4 years. Average people were hearing from what they considered to be credible news sources almost unanimously that President Trump was a puppet of Vladimir Putin. Now, if you're not the type of person that thinks the ends justify the means, you would say that alone is tantamount to the stealing of an election. You might say, Trump's wrong on the specifics about ballots, Dominion voting machines, blah, 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 blah. But he's directionally accurate in that all of these institutions were corrupt and sabotaged him. That's what you would say if you didn't feel the ends justify the means. Or you would argue that didn't happen. The FBI didn't act in corrupt ways. I'd be more than happy to debate you on that. But you'll lose that debate. And in fact, you won't even try that debate. Right? And so what you'll say is, like dozens of people before you, you'll say, yeah, I'm not going to defend the FBI. I agree. They're bad. Yeah. But anyways, Orange Man bad. That's what you're going to do. I was signing off an hour ago. I don't know why I'm still hanging. I'll give L this. Good sport for sticking around even while I'm criticizing them. But you're right, I should go to bed. It's almost midnight. So I got stuff to do tomorrow. So reminder, tomorrow around 6 p.m. Eastern time, I'll probably get on a little early, 15 minutes earlier. So I'll be doing Whick's show, Whick TV. I'll be honest, Whick's a weirdo lefty, but I find him likable. I don't know why. My interactions with him have been positive. I think he'll... So Whick, I threw you a bone. I said my interactions with you have been positive. You're likable. Now let me... Your politics are dog shit, and you'll probably be a shitty moderator. There we go. That's my prediction. So it'll probably be a bit of a shit show. But, I'm going on Tim Pool's show Friday, so I thought maybe I'd go out with a little edge. Let's see if I could start a little fire tomorrow. Give some of these lefties a little something that they're not prepared to deal with. So we'll see. We'll try to talk about some issues that I think are important. We'll try to bring the heat a little. I'll do so in a polite way, but... so many of these panels are just right-wingers getting bullied. Maybe it's time we do a little bullying, right? Bring my own beanie, right? So Thursday then, I'll probably do some mobile stream. I'm going to tell everyone right now, I know it looks like it's about even who's watching on Twitch and YouTube. I will try to remind people tomorrow night and I'll probably do a small Twitch video on Thursday. But whatever real video I do, live stream I do Thursday, will be a YouTube exclusive. And the reason for that is I'm incapable of streaming to multiple platforms if I'm just going to be using my phone. And YouTube's the one that I find it easiest to stream to on the phone. So Thursday, before I go on Tim Fool's show Friday morning, I'll be doing a stream from the hotel, probably be late. I think 4-hour drive. I'll probably get to the hotel around 9 p.m. So maybe you're like 9:30, 10. I'll do an hour or so stream just talking about what to expect from the upcoming Tim Pool show, where to find me, and things of that nature. So let's see if we can find someone to raid on Twitch without my computer crashing. That'd be nice. Anyone have any suggestions? I see that From Hell Peekle is on, who I rated the other day. Who's apparently an MMA fighter. Anyone with a functioning brain. You're on Twitch. Good luck. Oh my goodness, what is this? Holy cow. Holy shit. The person that was on the other day that asked for examples of teaching that men can menstruate sent me a big long private message that I didn't see on Twitch, and basically said, well, that article you sent, we're not sure if that was implemented in the UK. And by the way, men can menstruate because people on puberty blockers can have cramps, which is basically the same feeling, cramps, menstruation, blah, blah, blah. It's not happening, but actually it should be. I mean, it was literally 21 posts of this shit. Holy cow. Absolutely absurd. Maybe, L, but if it was your family, why doesn't Hamas just give the hostages back? I don't disagree with you in general. I think Israel has gone too far. I don't like either side. My opinion is we should not be involved whatsoever. It is a holy war. They're going to continue to fight and blow the shit out of each other. We should stay out of it. What do you mean they did? You're claiming they gave all the hostages back? I'll say this. I could look at things as an outsider objectively and say, even if a heinous action is taken, like the taking of hostages, the murdering of innocent people, that doesn't justify any action in response. You could still go too far. That's true. But if it was my family, I'd say, fuck all that. If it means indiscriminate bombing until my family comes back, that's what we'll do. Now, it's not my family, so I have an outsider's perspective where I could say, you shouldn't do that. But I understand it. It doesn't matter. Hamas still has the hostages. Release the hostages. It's clear that Hamas doesn't care about the people of Gaza as well. But I'll be honest, I fully admit to being completely ignorant of the history of the situation. My gut feeling tells me, much like the Ukraine-Russia situation, that it is not as clear-cut as either side will have you believe. Pro-Palestinian people tend to say that Israel's the great Satan and has never done anything great, and they're always the aggressors and evil, and the Palestinians are noble people that are resisting and trying to fight back. Pro-Israel people say that Palestinians are all savages aligned with Hamas that do nothing but indiscriminately launch rockets at them and kill their women and children. Truth's probably that both sides suck. That's probably the truth. And a bunch of innocent people on the ground get fucked over because of it. And I feel terrible, but the United States only exacerbates and makes the situation worse. Like, for example, let me tell you what's going to happen. We're going to send aid to Gaza that's not actually going to be aid to Gaza. It will be taken by a handful of people at the top that already have power, meaning that the weakest people will still struggle. We're going to continue to send money and munitions and militaristic aid to Israel so they could keep doing the bombing. So now the compromise is, but we're going to build some sort of seaport that will be able to get more aid to Gaza, which will inevitably be attacked by someone that will give justification for the Biden administration to say, see, now it's being escalated. Now the United States is being attacked, so now we have to get involved. That's where we're heading. Then all the people that I say it's not our business, they'll say, of course it's our business. They blew up our ships. I think Israel had the right to be outraged. I think Israel had the right to respond with some excessive force. But I think there are more strategic targets that they could be targeting if this is really about taking out the leadership of Hamas. Many of the leaders of Hamas aren't even in the area. They're in Qatar. That's who they should be targeting. It's almost as if they want an excuse to bomb the ship. That's how it seems to me. But, on the other hand, fuck Hamas. If they gave the hostages back, they would have a far better position in the international order to speak on this. And I also understand, if it was my family that was killed at that concert, I would say fuck them. I know, that's horrible. It is. It's a weakness of me as a human, but it's the truth. And I think most people that deny that that's how they would feel are either lying or they're heartless and don't love their family as much as me. I don't know. But we should not be involved. We should not fucking be involved. It doesn't matter what side I think is more right or wrong. It is not our business. And it seems like the people in leadership of this country, just like in Ukraine and Russia, have a vested interest in keeping the conflict going. That's what it seems like. Doesn't seem like there's any attempt at resolution. That's what it seems like to me. So, anyways, I said I was leaving and then I didn't. Who are we raiding? Oh boy. Let's just do... Patriot News Outlet. Okay. Wonder if it's... Yeah, I'm telling you, I mean, see? Some of the old school lefties like me. I've been anti-war for... By the way, when I say anti-war, I'm not a pacifist. There is a time and a place, right? But how many times are we going to be lied to by our military-industrial complex, who clearly have an incentive to keep conflicts going around the world, to enrich themselves? How many times are we going to be lied to? It blows my mind when I was just getting into politics, just becoming an adult, when I was a big Ron Paul guy, and all these fucking left-wing friends in the debate community that thought I was quirky and weird, stupid libertarian Rob with his Ron Paul shit, you know. But the one thing they loved about me was I was vehemently against the Iraq War. Vehemently against it. It's a question, Trixie. How much of past prosperity do we owe to wars? A good amount. But just because things in the past have set us up in a position of success now, doesn't mean that those actions should be continued. And is it benefiting us? Is the wars benefiting us now? No. So even if you made a claim of the morality is irrelevant, what's relevant is the practical application to the people in this country. Is any of these wars benefiting the average person in this country? No. And I'm not conceding the moral argument. I'm just saying if I did. That's how I feel. Anyways, let's raid Patriot News for you. Let's see what they're about. I imagine they're just sitting around saying, you know who's awesome? That robnoerr guy. No problem, Trixie. All right, thank you all. Remember, tomorrow around 6 p.m. Eastern, I'll be on my show. Thanks so much, everyone. Enjoy this raid. As always, have a good one.